to Knoxville, don't be late. Baker's Live, it's gonna be great. June 5th and 6th, mark your date at Dollywood, we'll celebrate. Meet Baker and more cool friends, live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. Rides, fun, and meet and greet. Baker and pals, the crew's so sweet. Get ready for laughs, cheers, and thrills. Knoxville's the place, it's giving chills. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. June 5th and 6th, don't miss the fun. Meet Baker and friends, it's second to none. Baker and friends, it's second to
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be. This is your local cultural critic. But today we won't be, well, I don't know what we're going to talk about today because we are on Verdict Watch. Verdict Watch is the big old free fall. I have some Lego. I don't know what we're going to talk about, but let's talk about a question a lot of people are talking about. Why would the Commonwealth hide the fact that Katie had put restraining orders on all three ex-husbands? That is wild. That is absolutely 100% totally normal because it has no evidential value in this case. He's not accused of breaking a restraining order. He is accused of strangulating his wife. It has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with it. It'll fall under more prejudicial than probative. It would be an attempt to besmirch the deceased person. Let's say John O'Keefe had, a year before he met Karen Reed, had multiple relationships where he had been unfaithful to that weird chick who fell in love with him 20 years ago. They hooked up together. He was unfaithful to her all the time. And now the defense says, well, Karen was jealous, and that's why she clipped him with the car, because she admits she did it, but just wanted to plead it down to a manslaughter because she was enraged, because he was a serial philanthropist. He was a serial sleep-arounder. That has nothing to do with the crime she's accused of. That's why it has no bearing in the case. That's why it wouldn't have been brought into that case, and it won't be brought into this case. It has nothing to do with the case we are talking about. It happens in every case. It's the same. The kid who unalived his mom after unaliving his dad, they were allowed to talk about, he had been charged before with unaliving someone, but they weren't allowed to talk about it was his dad, because yes, he had done an act that was similar, but if you put in it's the dad, there's a higher likelihood that he wouldn't get a fair trial. So it's absolutely, totally cromulent. There's nothing nefarious in it. It happens in every case. It's the same. Let's say Adam Montgomery had been convicted of illegally obtaining a weapon as a felon, selling weapon, and storing weapon, which is all illegal when you're a felon. They couldn't mention it in the trial where he was on trial for unaliving his daughter. It's just too much. Well, they done bad before, so they must be bad again. That's why it's not mentioned. There's no mention of the RO is a part of this case because they were getting back together. He signed the postnup, so it has no bearing on the case. Mentally Little's left swipe in StreamYard. What? Thank you for the super sticker. That's a name I haven't seen before. Like Lori Vallow's Daybell's case, where they aren't allowed to mention her kids. Yeah, it's just because it'll paint a picture of someone who is already guilty, which is, again, it's just it's a normal thing to protect because, again, you have to have a fair trial. Yeah, he was a winner. He was found not guilty. It's only allowed if it's the same thing, like if you're on trial for burglarizing Baker's house and you've done it to Valhalla and Sack before. That'll come in. Yeah. We actually have it whenever I do jury duty. One of the things we do as part of the closing is we always go through the record. And sometimes they have a criminal record that's this thick, and they'll say, well, only his conviction number 5 and number 45 has any bearing on this case because it has to be equal. To say, well, he's been convicted before isn't enough. He has been convicted of criminal acts that is like this. So if you have been jaywalking, it doesn't have a bearing if you had been out stealing chickens at Dave's house. It's just a standard procedure. There's nothing nefarious in it. It sounds like, oh, they should be allowed to talk about it. But think about it. Should they? Didn't we all get mad when they were allowed to bring in the Aruba chicks in Karen Reed's case? I don't see that was at any way relevant for the case and should have never been allowed in. Seemed pretty obvious to me what happened in both cases. While we're blaming poor Karen and Ingolf, the perpetrator is out there at large. Chloe the dog is a serial unaliving German Shepherd. Where was Chloe in 2020? Fedorowski, as always, hits the nail right on the head. Do you feel the DA did a good presentation of the case? As I said yesterday, I think they have a thing in Norfolk where the way they are taught. I talked about it earlier in Denmark. We can tell when there's a new set of prosecutors coming in, and they have been given that course of how must you act in a courtroom, because they will ask questions in a way, and then when they get a couple of years experience, they will be more natural at it. I feel like they have had this, you must antagonize witnesses. You must ask, and I liked some of it, but I always felt like she had the same thing like Lally, where they don't listen to the answers, and then they'll ask the same question again, and then they'll misstate what they would just ask. or just told. And I think that's a really big problem for a prosecution team. And I see exactly the same. It was like watching the Karen Reed case all over again. Lally had the same problem. They don't listen to answers, and they'll just make up what people said. Thank you so much, Holly Mac. Another 10 gifted memberships. To Law Girls Not Attorneys podcast, Joey G17, Kathleen XXX, Brown Cow, Brown Chicken White Cow, Maeve 1850, Witchy Boo Canoon, Canoni, I don't know, Eddie Irene, Byron Butterfield, LL, oh, it could have been LL Cool J, My Crime Time, Terry Lynn, Plushy Mom. That was it. Thank you so very much, Holly Mac. You are such a generous person. And if you're wondering, because yesterday, yes, I said I wouldn't be here today, but I thought I would feel better today. And my HOA has a lot of elderly people, so I didn't want to go to the meeting with this cold and off some of them by giving them the cold. So we're just going to hang out and chickity chat. Scrambled eggs and bacon, anyone? Good morning. I could do some scrambled egg and bacon. Great job of reviewing Pleven's book. Yeah, I promised a fair review, and I thought I gave it because to me it's clear that he has some envy issues, and that's going through. Oh, I think Fedorowski might be a brand account, so he can't even get them. Hey, Dodo. Chrissy. She couldn't outsmart Tuerk. He's incredibly intelligent and has an incredible attorney. I'm not a fan of Reddington. I have to say that. I know a lot of people love him. Not a fan. And Tuerk, to me, should never have taken the stand. He showed an arrogance, maybe? No, maybe not the right word. He said he seemed combative. And was just weird talking about smacks all the time. Because what does that prove? We had smacks twice. It's like I'm not the biggest fan, but I put Reddington a B minus and the prosecution probably at a C. Yeah, that's probably where I would go. How does criminal representation work in Denmark? Does the government cover cost of defense attorney? Is everyone free to hire their own? Just curious. We don't have a public defender system. We will give you whoever you want, and you can pay them later. So the lawyer will always get paid by the state. They will have a fixed amount they will get paid. It'll be on an hourly basis. They'll say, okay, you spend an hour prepping with him, talking to him in prison, and you spend 2.5 hours in court, so you'll get this X amount of money. And you can get the guy who just started yesterday, and you can get the highest level. You just tell the police, I want that one. And if they are free, they will represent you. And it doesn't matter if it's the one you saw on TV yesterday or someone you never heard about. If they are free, they are obligated to take you. Of course, someone in their firm can then be put on the case instead, but the state will cover your cost, and then they will pay the lawyer, and you will pay the state, which they'll most likely never do because they're criminals. They're going to prison. They don't have any money. What money they have might be illegal. But still, no matter how many times, whatever you do, if you say, I want John, you get John if John is free. And the state will pay John a fixed amount of money per hour to represent you. And that's how it works. We don't have a public defender's office. YouTube is, I think, implementing new things right now because it's been acting up. Try refreshing. It helps sometimes. You're getting your wish. A psychologist is reading Plevin's book. I don't belong here. She's about halfway through. I know. I saw her first video yesterday. I think we agree on a lot of things, and could be interesting to maybe try and see if we can have a talk about it. Make a book club and say, so, what did you think? Hey, Wild Call Magic. So are we thinking guilty 1, 2, or 3, or not guilty? Yesterday, remember I'm stupid, so I might mess the number up. In our chat, we were 34% said manslaughter, 33% said second degree, 8% said hung, and what's left? 25%? No, 17% said murder 1. You don't like Reddington. No, I felt like he's a good closer, he's a good opener, but I didn't feel he was good, especially civilian witnesses. He didn't handle Kurt and Kelly, didn't handle them. He was really good with doctors and stuff like that. I really liked that. He was good with them, police officers. I'm so far behind. Just try to watch the book review. Mr. Baker, you are a saint. You showed the utmost restraint amid his constant BS. Well, I'm no saint. Trust me, if I ever get a set of wings, they will be black as my soul. But I tried. Someone asked me something today, so I had to go back and find a timestamp. And you're always your own worst critic, but I feel like I made a fool of myself by jumping to yelling at him within 8 minutes. I should probably just have leaned back and just stood there and said, are you done yet? But it worked. He lost his mind and he's been crying ever since. I love that he said, or that weird Dutch guy came in and said, oh, you're going to cry in your Discord? B word, please. Quite similar numbers to Melanie's chat. It was roughly 1/3 for each count, though she had a higher count for first. Yeah, but it's all about what... I think a lot of how we see cases has something to do with what chat we are in. Because, of course, me and Melanie will have our view of the case, and we talk all the time and sit here, and maybe she saw something I didn't see, or she thought an argument was really bad, and I thought it was really good. And we are talking about it, so our chat will sit there and say, yeah, I didn't notice that, but yeah, that's true. And then chat will go on and kind of land somewhere, kind of similar, because I think we're both fair to both sides and try to remember that golden rule, innocent until proven guilty. So we will have vastly different numbers than, let's say, Lawn and Crim or Court TV, because their chatter is always, well, everyone's guilty. They would have been, they wouldn't even have gone to Pontius Pilatus or Pontius Pilate. They had just convicted Jesus instantly, because on their, the only outlier I've ever seen in a law and crime is the Karen Reed chat. That's the first one where I saw a majority thought she was innocent. Every other case, it's 79-85% guilty in any case. They are charged with something, they are guilty. That's so I like that. Yeah, and it's good to, because again, don't I don't know anything. I'm just an idiot with a YouTube channel. You go around and try and see it from the opposite side, or again, I didn't like Reddington. Other people loved him, and that's a personal opinion. And it doesn't mean that you must think he did a bad job or I have to change my mind. It's just, again, I love that we don't agree on things, because maybe I'm wrong, maybe you're wrong. You're never wrong, except Zach and Sue. But we learn by discussing, because if we can't defend why we are having the positions we are having, then we're probably not that strong in our beliefs. It's someone who's trying to build his YouTube channel by attacking everyone who has a little more subscribers than him. I can't remember his name, and no one needs to tell what his name was. He did a stream. He came in here and tried to debate me, bro. And I'm like, I watched you one time. You got slapped around by someone you invited on your show, and then you cried and muted half the audience. I don't need people like that. So he did a video about me and Plevin, and I could see that some of those people who started out when I started covering Karen Reed and were trolls in chat was over there saying, "Oh, he's just such a grifter." I am. And I thought, yeah, nothing's good gonna come from that. And he couldn't even keep a stream going long enough to cover the stream me and Plevin did. So grift harder, bro. Where are we at for time? They were sent back. We didn't hear them say anything. They just started 40 minutes ago. I think they went back to. They must have started at 9:30, and so 40 minutes now, and roughly an hour yesterday. So we're getting close to 2 hours. I'll call Chloe the dog. She can make some chants. Hey, Vejnes, er det dig? It's fine. No, this is Vejnes. What the hell's going on? Notice Revenson never says Commonwealth, she says government. I don't know if it works. It might do. I didn't notice this, so I don't know if the jury did. Tribalism is so retro that way of living has not been necessary since the Ice Age ended. Well, we all have our tribes, because by being part of a tribe, we find purpose. Maybe you're part of a book club, maybe you're playing football, maybe you're a political party, maybe you're joining a swim team. That's a little tribe we make for ourselves in the modern way. And humans are tribal. We like other people around us, and so what's bad is the aggressive tribalism, where you must be part of our tribe or you are bad. And I love that during that interview, he always wants to talk about how bad the free Karen Reed side is, because it's a mob that haunts people. And I can tell you, I've never had so many comments in my comment sections talking about how stupid I am, how fat I am, how dumb I am, how dyslexic I am, how unintelligent I am, how you can't review a book if you're not an author. Because I saw a meme today with I think Karen Reed is guilty, and then it's the Beckham meme where it's tell the truth. Well, I think she's guilty. Come on, the whole truth. I think Aiden is a bad boy. And that's it. It's just an anti-Aiden cult, and they'll go around and harass everyone who doesn't see. You never see them say why they believe Karen Reed is guilty, because whatever they say, kind of like Kevin is going on with the non-human hair. Yeah, that was the state that said that. It wasn't the defense. But he can't change his tune, because what Kevin's problem is he's very jealous of Turtle Boy's success. He wished it was him. That's why he rushed this book through, so he could be the first one to kind of make a Karen Reed book and say, see, I'm a published author. And and that entire tribal group you have in the anti-Karen Reed, it's such a hate group. And hate is a strong feeling to bond over. It's better than love. But sadly, it's very destructive. And everyone must hate at the same level or else. And that's sadly what we see with them, because they will attack anyone who is not exactly like them. And that's the bad kind of tribalism. The good kind of tribalism is, hey, you're part of the YouTube crime-watching tribal community. I don't know where I'm going. Well, when they can't attack the argument, they attack the person. Exactly. Thank you, JZ. I have been through, I think, what is the 7 stages of grief or whatever you say. Because, again, I have rewatched a bit of my arguments. I saw that he made a video I was on with the expert when he was watching some of it. And I think I have been through that roller coaster where you start out and you are, yeah, man, I got him. And then you're like, oh, was I too harsh on him? And then you go, oh, I should have done better. And then at some point I felt, maybe I just don't understand him. Maybe he is smart. And that's when my mod said, are you on drugs? Should we call 911? Because, again, I did that review today and I went back and read snippets of his book and I saw part of the interview and I thought, you can't be like this when you're 58 years old. You must have something wrong with you if you act like this. It must either be some mental problems or some psychological problems, because the man acts like a 5-year-old kid on the spectrum. So now I'm kind of feeling sorry, because it's like if Usain Bolt ran at the Paralympics. It's still a win, but he did only beat people with no legs. So it doesn't feel the same as the real Olympics. And that's the same with Plevin, because you feel a little dirty after beating up someone that much slower than yourself. Yeah. I'm sorry. Carla, Karen is guilty because Plevin and KP said so. Yeah, that's the logic behind it. Oh, thank you. It's okay to get a bit heated at 27, but 58 is too old. Exactly. Oh, by the way, I am the oldest looking 27-year-old most of them I've ever seen. But it's because I am mortally obese. Hey, Tootly, haven't seen you in a second. Maybe his mom made him the cardboard turtle half shelf he wears at home. Yeah, maybe it's maybe it's that battered spouse thing. Well, you made me hit you. If you didn't burn the toast, if you didn't nag me so much that I had to go out to drink, so I had to beat you up when I came home drunk, maybe it's that mentality that is making me sit here and think, oh, I shouldn't be so mean. I don't know. I felt insulted as a European when he said we don't know how snow melts. Yeah, I don't think he knows where Denmark is. We are further north than he is. I don't feel sorry, but I just don't... You just don't feel good either. I wonder if he could face legal trouble for publishing false info as fact. He could if anyone wants to bring a defamation suit against him, but again, it's kind of like being Usain Bolt running. You can wring water out of a stone, as we say in Denmark, or you can't cut the hair of a bald person. He ain't got no money. So what the hell do you want to sue him for? He's not going to go to prison because he's a liar. So you should just go like Mike did, go online and demand that he retracts statements. And if he doesn't, write the publisher and say, hey, you own the rights for it, because apparently Kevin doesn't own the rights to his own book. I want a retraction on this and this and this in the book, because that's probably the best way to get them to stop promoting it. Did we already talk about the Ingolf trial? No, what the hell? There you are. OnlyFans is the only thing going on in the Ingolf trial today. But we're just filling time. It's verdict watch, nothing going on. So if you want to know anything, if you want to say anything, just talk about it. Did you say he has medical issues with the big C? Apparently he does. 7 years ago, he made a fundraiser because he got he got the big C in the lungs. And he was asking for $7,500 and got $3,200. And he was healed. He writes about it in his book that he goes into half-yearly checkups, I believe, where sometimes something will show up, but it's just scar tissue. It's not malignant. But I thought I heard last week that someone said he had said he was going in to get checked because he got it in the spinal column and his brain now. And I'm just saying that if he had stage 4 in the lungs and survived that, that's a wonder. But if it's spinal and brain now, that's what took my mom away in 3 months. Hey, Ralphie and Paula B. You can't get the red stuff from a stone. Why? Everything with you, Jemima, it's after this case. Everything is about riding the red roller coaster. Well, it's not Kevin calling me fat. He shouldn't do that because he has bigger bitch tits than I do. But still, it's all of his sycophants. I'm so far behind. 0.1% does. I think I saw somewhere. My grandma had stage 2 in the lungs, had to have half. Yeah. But again, some survive. I don't. Apparently, he's shown some medical records at some point on screen. I don't. To be honest, I don't care enough about him to go look through his streams and see the evidence of it. It's on a trust me bro basis, and if he says he's sick, well, I hope he get better. That's all I can say. I wouldn't wish it for the worst person in the world. I helped my dad take care of my mom when she had it, and it's a horrible, horrible disease. So if it's true, I hope by whatever deity you believe in, that they will make him feel better, make him survive it, and live to his 100. Because I don't wish any ill, even though I think he's a disingenuous liar. I don't wish him any ill. I hope he'll fleece all of the short bus people who believe Karen is guilty for all the money they have, and he becomes a millionaire and he gets the studio he dreams of. And I hope all the best in the world for him. But he's still a liar who wrote a book that's so terrible that it shouldn't even be given away for free. No, I'm not that. I'm not that aggressive. I'm just. I'm more of a. 2018, he did a GoFundMe. 2021, he was featured in an article and supposedly stage 4 terminal. 225 still alive. Well, God works in mysterious ways. Have you ever seen Constantine? Maybe that happened. Well, language is just one thing. because of course I have an advantage. I come from a small country where we have to learn languages. When I was a kid, we had one TV channel. That's why I learned German before I went to school, because they had the cool movies. Every Thursday, we watched James Bond with my dad. So I learned German. I don't know how I learned it. I was just watching TV, and all of a sudden I understood it. But I come from a small country. We are. I think we are getting close to 6 million people. So we have to be good at communicating. We have to understand that we are just a little speck on the landmass, but we are quite a big player because of our history. So we are taught languages. English was mandatory. German was an elective course. French was elective, and I took all of them. And if you know German, if you know English, then you can kind of read some basic Dutch, so you can figure that one out. And so I have an advantage on him. Again, it's not about intelligence. It's just about maybe not call people stupid when you don't know their backstory. And yeah, he has a history degree, and I'm a baker, so he's way smarter than me. But I'm pretty sure there's more working bakers than basket weaving degree recipients, and they went to uni as well. Jessica Machado is describing Judge Beveridge this morning. Earlier, she was walking by before we even got started, and she had on brown Ugg boots. Oh, that was cool 10 years ago. Yeah, for a second there, I thought Dottie took over your soul. Don't put that evil on me. But I was in a really, really bad place when I lost my mom. I didn't get reelected to city council. I lost my mom. And I was in a place where I was really getting fond of beers and cigarettes again. Too fond of them. And then I figured out that I was in a very, very negative mindset, and everything, when you are in that negative mindset, everything's just negative. No matter how good it is, you'll be. My kids were getting older. I didn't see them as much anymore and stuff like that. So I had that come to Jesus meeting with myself where I said, you don't want to go down that road. You don't want to be that grumpy old fart that just sits and drinks and smokes cigarettes and I'm mad at the world. Because if you're mad at the world, everything's bad. So that's why I thought, no, try something new. I went back and went to school because I never finished a high school level education because I'm a craftsman. So I went back, got a high school level education, just to meet some new people, try something new. I started traveling more and being conscious about not being negative, because if you wish ill about others, that's because you're a little mad, and I don't want to be bad. It's like I talked to the expert about the other day, that you don't want to turn into a channel where people just sitting there, yeah, he's such a fuckface. Oh, I could smack him. Oh, because you don't want to have all that negativity. And so that's the same I didn't want to do. Brandon, you're coming in hot today. I hope the best for her, and I hope everything will work out just great. Too early in the day, Brandon. Hey, 77%. Oh my. 17 months of sarcasm, laughter. Jamie's a doll, maybe? Thank you, Pixie, for 17 months. You were one of my first. My first, my last, my everything. I would enjoy a conversation with Plevan and Grant. I actually think I could talk better with Grant than I could with Plevin. No, the reason why I am the broken baker is because I suffered some quite severe herniated discs and had a botched surgery, so I'm not capable of doing that. Yeah, use your suasion wisely. Too much suasion will get people pregnant. I am so far behind. Remember, when you point a finger at someone else, there are three pointing back at you. Not correct if you do the military hand job. Nothing points back at you. That's why the Marines is always giving directions with a full hand. Yeah, I started my YouTube channel when I lost my dad to a heart attack, so you have to find something else to distract you. But I'm sorry. Need glasses, look like a king to me. Well, maybe it was a queen. I need glasses as well. I want to sit down with a squirrel and interview the expert. I think the expert is still spinning after last night with all these ladies. Baker had a slip and fall scam in Aldi. Now he has to keep the story going until he gets the payout. Exactly. And right after that, I will get hit by a car in a crosswalk. How about a conversation with Trooper Paul? That might be interesting. I actually think he's, of all of the people who I see most as just being a patsy, it's Trooper Paul. He's kind of like that kid who just dreams about getting to be the water boy so he can say, I'm on the football team. That was Holly Mack, I believe, was the one who gifted you the membership. Yeah, you got it today, so that's Holly Mack. That's called knife hand. Yeah, I've seen American soldiers are always pointing with their full hand. A weird thing. They don't do that in Denmark. We do a lot of this. That's the higher rank you have, the less shit will fall on you, because it'll always land on people like me. Truma, back out this week and watching trial with you keeps me sane. Yeah, you talked about that. Remember, if you have a hot water bottle, hot is better than cold. Cold is just to put the swelling down. To fix the tissue, use hot. Oh, you're so sweet, Swiss Miss. Too bad Paul won't come clean and admit it's a sham. He goes from 0 to a +5. Yeah, but he wouldn't go back to work. That's the big problem. Everyone out there would love him. But the ones he has to work with, that's ain't gonna happen. That's the same with people are saying, oh, Proctor should talk. Yeah, he really should. But he has no incentive to do it because he probably have more skeletons in the closet than just this one. Hey, Brett. Kansas sofa juror. My dad used to tell me if you have more than one person telling you that you have a tail, you should probably turn around and look. He needs help. I actually think he has some mental. I don't have any medical degree or any psychological degree. I took a couple of classes in high school about it, but I think he has some severe issues that he needs someone to help him with. No, I wasn't. Val didn't come on until I went to bed. Val is a grifter who takes all the low-hanging fruit. He cheats you every time that he makes you pay for a shotgun. Most of it will be in the carpet. And Aaron is new from MG Law. Welcome over. And I know you've been taken good care of because MG is a peach. Your brother graduated MSP Academy Trooper Paul. Interesting. Yeah, and who said it before everyone else believed it? Me and Val. We were only a week and half a continent off, but we said she's getting married. How am I feeling? I'm feeling like I have a cold that won't leave my body. Sleep? Yeah, I got some of that. I haven't seen anything since that day where Meatball apparently was down there the day he got kicked off the force. Have I ever done lidocaine IV treatments for bad back? My friend does it, and it's been a life changer. No, because we have this wonderful thing in Denmark that's called socialized medicine, and they'll do a few tries, and if they say, yeah, you're there where you are, then they'll give you some pills and you can go home, and if it gets bad again later, you can come back. So I have some very severe pills that I can take if it's kind of bad, and if it's really bad, I can go and get some oxys. That's the treatment I'm given. And right after I got my surgery, they were actually doing experiments by injecting, I think it was penicillin, in next to the bulge discs, which apparently they had quite some success with. But because they already operated me, and that's the treatment I would have, I couldn't be a part of that study. That could have been interesting to try. He poked a while in it, drank from the top, and dumped it all over himself again. He did have a carton level BAC, but that's no excuse. Hey, a contract's a contract. If he accepted money for a shotgun, you're owed a shotgun. So that's 2 shotguns. I think Plevin's ego is too big for his brain. Yeah. 4 months from meeting to marriage, she always said she never get married again. Apparently, she found her Mr. Right this time. Hey, if you ever read the Godfather book by Mario Puzo, great book, they describe how Michael falls in love with his first wife in Sicily. And they call it the thunder strike, because it just happens and you know it's right, and you can't think about anything else. And I wish them all the happiness in the world. Or you can do like me, meet a girl and make her pregnant in 14 days and accept the responsibility. I think Brandy's version is better. I can only get them, even though I have had this back. Well, I had it my entire life, but I've had these problems for close to 20 years now. I can only get Oxy if I go to the doctor, she tests me and see, yeah, it's really bad. And I only get them where it's so bad that I hardly can drive a car. So it's kind of counterintuitive. And I will get 6 to 8 pills is the max I can get. Oxy is really, really fun, but it's really, really dangerous because it's so much fun. Spent 3 days in a German hospital with a herniated disc. All they gave me was an ibuprofen. I got my first herniated disc when I was deployed, and they got me. Do you have Stesolid? I don't know what that's called in English. It's a very, very powerful pain pill, but sadly they didn't have them orally injected, so that wasn't fun. Couldn't walk, couldn't talk, couldn't do anything, and the only medication you got was Easted. Oxy and Percocet is not addictive to all people. I could pop that stuff like candy, and all it does is kill the pain. Now, if I lived in Knoxville area or Ohio, probably different outcome. The big problem for me is I really, really like it. It's really, really good. It's really, really fun to be on. And anything fun is dangerous. The good thing is the ones I normally have, I don't feel good. I don't feel like I can sleep. So I don't have that attraction to them. But no, if I could get like a bottle of 50 and I could self-medicate, I would have a problem with Oxy. The good thing is I can't metabolize morphine the correct way, so I get massively sick. So that's a really good thing. In 2007, I walked in a pub and the man in the first seat jumped up and said, "I'm going to marry you. We're married 3 weeks to the day and are still going strong." Congratulations, three queens. And it's amazing. Yes, some people just meet them and it's a chance meeting. What was it Megan Fox said? Go to the library, go to the mechanic. And some people will always be alone like me. Yeah. You don't like the fuzzy feeling from those drugs. That's the problem with me. I think it's good. When you're in pain, it doesn't matter how you get the relief. No, but the problem is when you like getting your brain that mushied up and the pain goes away and you still like your brain that way, that's where the problem starts. I had a buddy of mine who had heart surgery, and it took him twice as long to withdraw from Oxy as the amount of time he needed it after the operation. If there was no such thing as withdrawal or tolerance, I would take Percocet like a daily vitamin. Yeah, that's a big old problem to have. Have you used prednisone for flare-ups? I don't know what that is. I mostly never take anything because any medication will harm your body in some way. Just write dinner date with dad on the checkline sack and whatever you like to do. Nothing wrong with compelling the love. Oh. Lonely. I'm so lonely. I have no one of my own. Yeah, that's a big problem. It's a steroid. Steroids are really hard to get in Denmark. I had cortisone. I had a lot of those. Doesn't really help anymore. Well, get to the gym and get some arms going. Most of all of that doesn't work on me. I don't know. But it's because my spinal column have had too much pressure for too long. So I had to rehab my left leg after I got surgery. I couldn't lift my foot if I didn't look on it because my brain and my foot, the signal didn't go down there. So it's a little weird back there. Well, because as you see, I have quite the pit bull mentality. If I want it, I'll attack people. People call me Chloe. Not legal in Denmark. Oh, that's THC. TCB is taking care of business. Elvis's business motto. I'm not back from Bulging and Kipsus. The week of prednisone is so beneficial. I don't think you can just get that in Denmark. I don't know how it is. I mean, I can barely walk, which is why everyone has had the distinct pleasure of my company. So Jim is kind of out of the picture till this settles down. Yeah, you've been burning the midnight oil. I've seen you in Val's chat at 4 a.m, yelling at Dottie and blocking people. Interesting. It's not an anabolic. Well, then I don't want it. Well, medicine is really, really hard to get in Denmark. There's the same. Mo apparently is a little under the weather as well. We don't have NyQuil and stuff like that in Denmark. You can get some cough medicine, you can get some cough drops, and you can go to bed and drink some tea with honey. Stop whining, get working. I hit 400 subs last night, and you gotta show me up by having 400 people watching you. I'll go back where I belong. Lefty, congratulations. You are in a weird spot as a YouTuber because you are a guy the ladies like, who has a YouTube channel about online gaming, something most women despise with a passion. And still, through hard work and tenacity, you have scraped together 400 subscribers. And why have you been able to do that when the most of the time I watch you, you are worse at the games than I am? Yesterday you were punching a horse. It's because no matter what everyone else tells you, you're kind of a charming fella. And you deserve so much more, because you are actually quite an interesting fella when you're sitting there. You should talk more. That's the only problem, because when you're talking, you're charming, and when you're charming, the ladies swoon. So congratulations, you deserved each and every one of them, and I'm happy that I got to know you before you got big. And maybe one of the mods can share his link. If you like a charming fella who is a Green Bay Packers fan, Brett Favre is his favorite Packers of all time, who do mostly night streams. He's trying to grow his channel a little bit. So then you can go follow Lefty and maybe stop by him at night and just say, hey, Lefty, what is your favorite thing about the Packers? Is it Big Ben? Is it the lack of trophies? Is it the green shirts? I don't think I have any much to share your link. I don't share anything. You work in a pharmacy, so the drug convoy had your ears perk up. Yeah, that's the cool thing about. I don't understand people who like to watch this on Lawn and Crim, and because if I go over here right now, there is there's more people watching Law and Crime right now than we have on our channel, and no one is saying anything. This is what's on Lawn and Crim. And there's 550 people watching this. No, come to one of the commentator channels. Normally, you can always derail the chat, and we can talk about anything from medication to Lefty is a kind of a hound dog. I've heard the rumors. Katie Dee, time flies. 5 months. Well, here's to 5 more months. It's the cool cheese hat for you. That's why Jamie likes the Packers so well, because she's a cheese hat. See Brandon fighting to be mod of the year. And Kelly Dee gifted Helena J. Or Helena, maybe. A membership. Thank you so much, Kelly Dee. Always appreciated that we get more who gets potentially a notification when we go live. Not always. If you don't get the notifications, follow me on Twitch or follow the Discord, where we mostly always update when we're going live, because YouTube isn't that friendly. And Brett is still lurking and been a member for 4 months. Thank you so much, Brett. I have to... Prednisone is called prednisolone. It could be that there's probably some generic brand name. How do we not have a verdict yet? I wonder if they're discussing involuntary versus premeditated. We had that discussion in Melanie's chat yesterday. Involuntary manslaughter wasn't one of the charges, so they can't be discussing that. They had manslaughter, first and second degree. So if they are discussing, I think it's the manslaughter versus second degree. Because I don't think they proved first degree. I don't think he went to the house with the goal of unaliving her. But we are at... I should find out a way to put a stopwatch on my stream deck. We've been going for roughly an hour and a half now today. So that's 2.5 hours. We have had verdict. How is it we say? Normally an hour goes by reading the jury instructions and then getting everything in line, taking the first vote, see where everyone is. So, yeah, I don't know. What does... Oh, I put up a poll. Maybe I should see what the poll said about time. Du, du, du. 43% believes between 2 and 4 hours, and 4 to 8 hours is 32%. 17% only less than 2 hours. So yeah, I think, yeah, 2 to 4 hours. Then they should be back at... Started at... Then they should be back within the next hour. They have had no questions. That's a thing that if they are hung up between manslaughter and secondary, I would expect some questions to try and find out where's the border between those two. But we haven't had any questions. We haven't really had anything. Yeah. But again, sometimes juries works in mysterious ways. Vice Baby. Became a member. Thank you, Vice Baby. And welcome. You now have access to the Sue Bird emoji. The only emoji I have that's worth using. They describe premeditated as 1 second prior, so I guess while he was strangling her, he decided to kill her. That makes it premeditated according to the state, which is odd to me. Actually, it's not odd, because he had ample time to walk away. He had time to snap out of it, because it takes 4 minutes, and that's how premeditation works in the law. It's the same because what's the difference between first and second? That's if he thought about it before he went over to the house. But still, he had enough time that he could have stopped himself, especially because that's what I said. I would have an easier time to call it manslaughter. I was a second degree. I had an easy time calling it manslaughter if it was just one stab, it was one punch, she fell and broke her neck, it was one pew-pew. Then I could have gone by crime of passion, manslaughter. Because again, 4 minutes is quite a long time to sit there and wait while she's... and the thing I don't get is, why doesn't she have any defensive marks? Because normally you would have that in a strangulation situation. Was she already out cold when he did it? It's just me speculating. I have no knowledge about anything. I was just thinking a lot about it. Hey, Jamester, how are you doing this fine morning?
I'm fine. How's it
Uh-huh.
going?
You were up and playing with the boys too long last night?
No.
Hmm.
I'm just on a short little break, so thought I'd drop on and say hi.
Oh, that's so nice of you.
I know. Just so nice.
Can you entertain for a second, because I'm a little bored. I want to go build some Legos while I'm talking.
Oh, you're gonna go switch over? Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, guys. So what do you think? What does everybody think? Are you on board with what Baker's talking about? Or are you guys going for, what do you think? First, second, or manslaughter? I'm just curious. I mean, I'm leaning more towards manslaughter, but I get what Baker's saying. Because, and yeah, his movements after the fact are a little hard to get past, but I don't know. I can chalk that up too. Just being a scared idiot.
The big problem is that you can think about it a lot and think, no, it's this, no, it's that. Oh, that's
Yeah. But you know how I always am with things.
yeah, you change your mind every 5 minutes.
But like first degree and like stuff like that is, I save that for like people that are like serial killers and intentionally out there doing things. I don't know.
Would you ever do a rematch with Plevin? It would draw a huge crowd. He's going on a podcast tour saying a person that reviews their own book draws a red flag. I have nothing. How do I word this in the correct way? I have nothing but the best hopes and wishes for Plevin. I will not entertain a do-over because I feel he disrespected my audience. I don't care he disrespected me. That comes with the territory. I chose to be on screen. I am a target. I am open for criticism. But he called my mods idiots. He called
He did.
He called people that I have gotten to know really well behind the scenes because they have helped me a lot. Idiots. He called my viewers idiots, and for that I lost all respect of him because, again, I'm fair target. I am the guy who attacked him for his book, but I have no respect of a man who will go to these low levels of discussing. So I have nothing to talk with Kevin about. I will grift the shit out of his book and make as much fun about him as I can because I think it's horrible. But he showed his hand. He is a 5-year-old stuck in a 58-year-old's body. He sent his hate mob after me while when he lost his battle. So in the nicest of ways, he can go sit on a cacti.
How do you do that nicely?
I don't know. Thank you so much, Paula B. Here's a little token. That's not a little token. To show my appreciation of you, the best grifter out there. Just as I leave where my post-its are. Jamie, now I have to go back and make a post-it for Paula B.
So sweet, Paula.
You are way too kind.
Thanks for being here.
We appreciate the heck more out of you than you ever believe, because without you, there wouldn't be any us. We would be sitting like... we appreciate all of you. Don't keep going on about Clement. Does Broken Baker know you're Jeff's son, Vice Baby? I streamed with him. Of course I do.
Yeah, we know that.
It's not... It's Transformers Legos. I don't know what the type of Legos you have. It's just so I have something to occupy my hands while I'm waiting.
Oh, was it that one you showed that one day?
No, this is a new one. This is the small version. You know me and Lego.
God,
We go together
so
like
so spoiled.
I buy them. I'm not.
And yet he won't go buy the Jaws Lego set that I fell in love with.
The Jaws Lego set is $150.
I'll send it to you.
No, you won't.
Yes,
You don't need to. No, I got the big boy as well. But today I'm just doing the small ones because I don't know how long court will be.
Hopefully not long.
Maybe.
I mean, I hate to rush them, but come on.
No, Daddy, no, not the Legos. Please just punch me in the nuts and hold my head underwater again. Brandon. You can go buy your own Lego and play along. It's just so I have something to occupy my mind. But thank you so much.
Do you hate Legos, Brandon?
No, he's just being a contrarian.
A contrarian.
Yeah, he called Jess an idiot because I said, did you have a legal consultant? And he said, no. He said, yeah, because I speak to a person with a law degree. Yeah, then they must be an idiot.
And that's the whole thing is everybody's an idiot and stupid if you don't believe their narrative. And that's so stupid. Yeah.
And debate just ends when that starts. You should be able to grow up and debate people in a reasonable way.
But you don't understand GPS, Baker. Okay, the worst thing ever that made me cringe when I was watching an expert's channel when he was watching it or whatever was the way he just talks so calmly. And he's like, I'm just so respectful. I'm trying to be so respectful.
Yeah.
And I was like, what is this? What is he doing right now? What is this little game he's playing of like, oh, I'm just so calm and collected and so respectful. And this guy's just a lunatic.
I don't get why he looks like that. I'm telling him everyone should understand what I'm saying. No, you're an idiot. Like, did I hear what Turtle Boy said about your interview? I heard he was very nice about it, but I didn't go watch it because it's Turtle Boy should stream more aligned with my hours. I think a lot of people should stream at my time instead of me staying up till 3 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
6 months or so ago, I made the Optimus Prime Lego. Very cool. Actually, does transform. Definitely worth it if you have the time. Love your show, Baker and Mods. Jim, the expert has that one. I'm not like Valhalla. I'm not a copycat because Valhalla buys everything I want to buy. But it's so cool. So now I got these little brickheads, and I'll probably do the Bumblebee, but they are really cool. There's so much cool Lego, but It's hard to build Lego and stream at the same time. It's my take my mind away because this is weird stuff. So that's good. Fair point. It's just that they didn't show he intentionally did it or wasn't so depraved in it. I just couldn't see that. Hey, anime. Stuck on second degree.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't.
Well, that was awesome. Turtle Boy said banana. Kevin has banana tits.
What does that mean?
That they're droopy.
Oh, okay. Like orangutan?
Yeah,
I think that's
kind of like.
I thought that's what people called them.
Well, yeah. Well, I just call them bitch tits. And he's a bitch, so it works. Oh, I should be nice. I shouldn't. Jamie, you can feel I'm a little heated still. This seems appropriate. I appreciate you about 1/10 as much as Paula. Thank you, Zach. He's an asshole. Oh.
Uh-oh. Did you hear that?
As if all the Legos you have don't add up to 150. Well, we don't talk. That's between me and my accountant. Oh, this is actually my own money because I get a special discount. So these are not even bought company money.
I know, because we were in the Lego store when I was over there, and I saw it, and I was like, well, everything's in Danish. So I'm like, how much is that in American money? He told me. He told me I was gonna be turned off by it, but I wanted it more. But I didn't have any room in my suitcase to bring it home. Or would have got it.
I need to buy that. Hey, Laura Riker, attending Lori trial here in fake Arizona. Oh, cool. Let us know if there's any cool things happening because we are just stuck watching OnlyFans.
You're
Jimmy,
there, Laura? Oof.
Yeah.
That trial's been hilarious. It was hilarious yesterday.
Yeah, she seems like she's a bit of a weirdo.
She's just something. I don't even know. And I was getting so mad screaming at the TV yesterday because she was going after that lady that went on a date with him the night before he was unalived. And she's like, do you normally date married men? I'm like, ma'am, you were having an affair.
Hey, that's different.
Like, are you kidding me? You have no reason. You have no room to talk about nothing.
Well, it's the same with my level of morals. I am very much against being unfaithful, unless she's her boyfriend unfaithful with me. Then I'll allow it.
Yeah. No, that was just something else, though. Did you know that he never started the divorce process with me? You were with another man, you psycho woman.
Tell us how you really feel, Jamie.
Yeah, she needs to rot for the rest of her life. She's somebody that I give all the first degrees to.
But did she unalive 2 of her kids before this?
No, this was after.
What?
They went missing after this.
But she's convicted already of the kids, right?
Yeah.
So she unalived her husband and then unalived her kids.
Yeah.
And is she the one who was picked up at the swimming pool in Hawaii?
Yeah, they were in Hawaii while the kids were missing. Her and the new husband just, lollygagging around. And people are like, where are your kids? And she's like, I'm getting married.
I don't think you want to work with that end product.
No.
The witness had 15 kids too? What?
Well, no, she had 15 grandkids. Like, they had asked her,
Oh.
Like how many, I forgot how many kids she had or something. But You should have said
Jamie, keep going. I love the impressions you're doing of her. The blaming Tylee. Who's Tylee?
Her daughter that she offed. Because the whole situation was Charles came over to the house her brother was there, Alex Cox, who's deceased now. God, everybody in her life is. And her daughter. And he was coming over to pick up JJ, the son, and yeah, she like lured him over and she took his phone to make him stay around, and then claims that he got a baseball bat and went after her and was arguing with Tylee and going after people with a baseball bat, and then Alex pew-pewed him. But I think some of the evidence has shown that he was actually shot at one point when he was on the ground. But they originally ruled it a self-defense, and then obviously after all this stuff came out about her and the fact that she was trying to get the $1 million life insurance policy that he, thank God, changed over to his sister right before all this. And she was peed off about that. Like, people were like, I think something else is going on here. Well, and then they found all the messages about her claiming he was possessed by this Ned, and she needed to get rid of Ned, and all this stuff. So
no, I don't know. I didn't. I'm the only one who don't know the case. Everyone is always the Lord Vallow. I don't know. I never. It's
pretty crazy. It's a crazy little case.
Yeah, because it starts at like 7 o'clock my time, and yeah. And
well, her Chad and hers trial. I mean, what was it? Chad's. I don't know. Anyways, it sucked because it was only audio only. So really watching it, I just knew the story of everything that was going on. But from what I heard from the trial, pretty much everything I knew came out. I mean, obviously a little more with the friends that she had in her life that were all doing the castings and all these religious things, because the dark and the light people and everybody was a zombie and you had to off them. And I mean, she tried to unalive her her nephew? Yeah, because her niece was married to this guy Brandon, and he got shot at.
Let's go, Brandon.
No. Brandon Boudreaux. And tried to off him, was unsuccessful. Then one of her husbands died under suspicious circumstances, and Charles was self-defended by her brother, and and then the kids turned dark apparently, and she had to get rid of them. And then obviously they off Chad's wife too, so I'm surprised. Yeah, she did get convicted of that. Yeah, that was part of her conviction with her kids too. Was offing Chad's wife. So, and then Alex Cox, her brother that did all these things, died of a blood clot. So like nobody's around to say anything, and it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it seems like a weird case. $1 million is not a lot for life insurance. No, that's. It depends on what style of living they were having now.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what the cost of living is in Arizona area, but I think it's pretty high, as far as I know. And I thought the same thing, because I was like, yeah. And then the fact that Charles went and saw the cops, because when she left him and like took her, like cleaned out his bank account and the house, and he came home from a trip and everything was gone or whatever, and he went to the police, and he was telling the police that something was going on with her and she needed to be committed, and he thought she was dangerous, and like stuff was, and it was just, they were like, yeah, whatever guy, she's just a lady. And then look what happened.
Yeah. Lightning Light. Are you streaming from Dollywood? What equipment I bring with me? I'm probably not going to stream much from the park. I tried last year. they have a public Wi-Fi, but it doesn't. It was really slow. But if I'm streaming, it'll just be on my phone. But I have my because I don't think the Can Read case will be done by then. So I have my laptop with me, and it's actually this setup I'll have with me, and I'll be on the porch. Hopefully, we have someone who can help stream because I won't be able to do it every day. But I just run it off I think it's an old HP laptop, and what's it called? A Technica and a cheap webcam. This is the webcam I started my YouTube channel with. So it's kind of easy to travel with. So that's what I'm going to do. It works.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that too, Sue. And she was getting Social Security from her unalive children. And then she wanted the life insurance policy from him too. So
She seems like a peach.
yeah, but you should have heard her cross. That was just hilarious to listen to, because you could like calm down, Lori. Like that lady said, don't flatter yourself to her.
Yeah, there was something we talked. You were talking about me constantly, or something like that. And she, don't flatter yourself.
Yeah, because she's like, oh, you knew everything about me. He told you everything about me. So what, did you just go on a date with somebody and just talk about me? Don't flatter yourself, honey. I was like, oh.
Kendon Owens is looking into the Can Read case. Oh, that's going to be interesting. She's been having some interesting points the last couple of months after she got fired from the Daily Wire. So it's going to be interesting what she's going to say about it, because she's been going a lot after the people with small hats. So I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing. I'll hold my judgment till I see it. But she has a big pull, so that's something.
That's the best part about all of it. She has a large audience.
Yeah, as long as they come in with an open mind, and
and
it's not a clown show, because we have seen these people pop up and got a lot of traction because they had special knowledge, and they knew everything, and then it fizzled out faster than a fart in a jacuzzi. It has been a while since I've heard a judge sustain a harassment battering objection, and she was sustained 3 times with just that witness. Guess she was a bit sour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes, though, I wish that prosecutor would just, like, I don't know. She drives me nuts a little bit because I've been watching her, and sometimes when she redirects, does too much. She's always she's got to redirect on like every little thing that Lori brings up, and we all know Lori's an idiot. I mean, don't get me wrong, sometimes maybe she tries to bring up some good points, but all in all, she's not doing herself any favors. So we don't need you to come back up there and redirect on every little thing she's talking about.
So it's kind of like in this case where they just can't let it go, and they have some good points, but then you get annoyed with them because they can't shut up.
Well, yeah, because like the first couple of days there was fire department EMT or paramedics or whatever. It just kept going on and on and on over like what you do here, and it's like, we got it. You don't have to.
But I hate that in every case. What it is to be an EMT, it is to be. What, if any, does a firefighter do? It's
Yeah.
come on now. We're
Well,
not
and
idiots.
we didn't need two of them to say basically the same thing. So
No, but that's some prosecutors. They're just annoying.
yeah, because like I don't know, some of the stuff she's bringing up lately, I'm just like, I don't think this really helped you all that much. You have a lot more you could really be focused on, but hey, whatever. Oh yeah, that shirt too. Like Lori kept going on and on. Did you know he was wearing a bamboo shirt? Like a $200 bamboo something shirt. And you know how hard, like those are like, I don't know, because it's like hard to pierce them or something. Like it's bulletproof or something. Like,
I
ma'am.
I have bamboo underwear. They're not impossible to penetrate.
I mean, like a chastity belt for you.
No. Trust me, I have my personality. I don't need a chastity belt. It's more repellent than someone who hasn't had a bath in 4 weeks.
Oh my God.
Are we ready for Brennan's gaslighting and whining? No. I was
No.
actually about to ask Jamie when we talked about OnlyFans. Are we ready to watch this for another 10 weeks?
Here's what I'll say. I think he's gonna streamline it better than Lally did, so it's not gonna be as obnoxious. And then I hear, and is this true? I hear that she's actually gonna be doing mostly full days. So none of this Tuesday off, half a day this day. That was what drove me nuts. Other than Lally himself, but
that's what they say. They well, I think it's how you interpret what she says, because Brennan was asked, how long do you think it'll take? And he said, blah, blah, full days. So if it's full days, it would take him this amount of time. But that doesn't mean that that she goes by full days. That's my big problem. Is I'm pretty sure she won't do full days. She'll be
well,
back.
I was trying to listen to her when she's talking to the jury, and from what I heard, the one day she was basically telling them it was full days, you know, because she's trying to say, here's a plan of like what it's going to look like. And she said, we'll have days off here and there, but I thought she said they were going all week. And I was like, no freaking way. Like, because I'm happy for that if that's the case. But I didn't know if that was true or not. Yeah, a full day is till 10 o'clock. Yeah, that's a full day for her. Well, if they, yeah, she's gonna be pushing it. I mean, they're already gonna be pushing it into summer, and you know that's not gonna fly. So that's why I figured she'd be doing mostly whole days.
Actually, I had a thing I should ask you. Brandon has been reaching out because he doesn't want to go to Tennessee. He says something about after what Valhalla did to you, he can't support him anymore.
Oh yeah.
So Brandon will actually, if it's okay with you, be running co-chair when I'm in Knoxville. So he'll be here, set up stream, prepare everything, run the stream with you, and sit every
Brandon?
Yeah, he's really really getting into it, and and he's saying, hey, could it be okay? I know you have to ask your boss, but because I really just like sitting on my A's for 8 hours a day, listening to what, if any, questions. I said I'll take it up with Jamie, but she's kind of mean, so don't bet on it. But, I think we should give him a go.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah. You know,
Sounds like
Marissa
a plan.
is busy. It's not sure that she can take over like she did last year. So Brandon stepped up to the plate and said, like a young MG, I will be first pitcher. I don't know what that means, but it's baseball. So yeah, we will have a new co-host on the channel.
Wow. Brandon, thank you for stepping up.
Yeah, thank you, Brandon. It won't be done by the May 30th. I'll be in Knoxville in first week of June, and I said it when I saw the witness list that this won't be done. It's going to be just as horrifically long as the last time. And we don't need every first responder at the scene. We don't need everyone who have ever looked out a window and seen snow. We don't need anyone who bought a beer at McCarthy's that night. We just need the truth.
We're not going to have any of that because we're going to have a meteorologist.
Yeah, to talk about the hardness of the ground.
Yeah.
Because that makes sense.
Meteorologist.
Last year, they had a lot of days off for certain events like UK bank holidays. So why would they change it this year? I don't know. Hey, coffee nerd. No, it's just because Valhalla isn't here today.
What?
She said the restraining order had been lifted. And I said no.
Yeah.
Valhalla didn't do anything. Jamie might have been... Jamie gets excited easily. And when Jamie gets excited, she gets a little hands-on. And Valhalla is a married man.
What? And, don't you dare.
And his wife said, you better get an RO on that woman or I will go ham.
Get out of here. Don't start these rumors. Because people start believing you. And you think it's hilarious, but no, everybody. Nobody was handsy with Val. God.
No, that's not the story I heard.
Okay.
No, Jamie has just had a long period of days where she couldn't show up because of her work. So, and because I like to make a story out of everything, I just made a story that she had sexually harassed Valhalla.
Yeah.
It wasn't harassment, but he had to claim it because his wife would get mad. So we claim it's not harassment. It is harassment, sorry. 11 little lies. The jury can't complain. The jury, that's the thing. We know how much bullshit there's going to be out there, but the jury doesn't know anything that we know because remember, they don't know anything about the trial.
Yeah. I just don't like the way I don't like her way of picking a jury.
No, I don't like her at all. So
I don't like her at all either.
So that's my big problem. Well, that story is being spread ASAP. I don't know why.
Julie, don't listen to him.
Also, new people never listen to Zach ever. I can only endorse that sentiment. I think the prosecution will keep some of the same cumulative evidence, but put on a much stronger case when they get to the relevant facts discussed. I hope they... yes, I do hope. I do hope that this time they will actually put on a case. we haven't heard from the experts they're bringing in how strong they are. But if they're going with the same defense they had the last time, that would be absolute stupid because it didn't work. Or the same prosecution theme they had the last time, that didn't work, and they should be doing better in the second go around. The problem is the facts doesn't support much more than they gave us the first time. Because the big problem in this case is, I know they have done new calculations. I know they have been out doing new crash reenactments. So there might be something that they can bring in through that, but I don't see them having. I can't see the smoking gun that's gonna kill the ARCA defense. But we also know that the ARCA defense didn't work with the jury. Because we thought it was genius what they said, but the jury was, they were probably just trying to save the insurance company some money.
Just a saying, jury question. So.
Well, we have it on screen.
Yeah, I'm just saying, jury question incoming, she said.
No, could be good, but I hope they'll, because they don't need all of that BS they were using the last time with what if any, who if any, how long did it take you to cut down a tree 6 weeks before this trial? They need to focus on the fact. If they want to have a conviction, they need to be way more streamlined, I think.
None of this BS, like, let's take all of her statements from these documentaries and twist it into a way that, I don't know. I'm curious how he's going to do it, to be honest with you. But, because I think he's going after a lot more than obviously Lally did. So, and then obviously they got way more experts and things like that to come in.
Yes, I'm doing Legos while I'm waiting because it gets a little boring just watching something turn around, round, turn around, round. But apparently we have a juror question coming in, so that's something. Just hope the audio works. I have to run into the other room and turn on the booster.
God.
But I think my biggest worry is I don't think he has so much new, so I think he will have to again stack the deck with things that isn't there. We heard about, well, we didn't hear about the pro-defense side. The Plevens have talked so much about all of this new chip-off data and how it's going to be the magic bullet. But
no, it's not.
No, because why haven't we heard anything about it? Because then the defense would be fighting like mad to keep it out of here.
Well, yeah, because they're not scared of it because it's all bold. It's all bold.
Yeah, it's
or it's very like obviously they can look at it and be like, yeah, okay. Yeah, bring that in. We'll just tear it apart.
But I hope they're doing, I would say again, I liked the defense the first time, but they really have to listen to the jurors. They have to drastically reduce the reliance on third-party culprit and hammer home more than anything. Karen Reed didn't hit John O'Keefe because there's no evidence John O'Keefe was hit by a car.
That and the investigation. Tear apart that investigation.
Yeah.
That's all they really need to look at.
How do we know she didn't do it? Because look at how poorly they investigated the death of John O'Keefe.
Yeah. How can you rely on any of this evidence?
Yeah.
Because it's all contaminated. And then Proctor's like the golden boy of why this is the worst thing ever. Just hammer him, hammer the investigation, hammer the injuries and how they do not line up with being hit by a vehicle. And yeah, sprinkle in some of the weirdness of these people, because obviously going to a military base to dispose of your phone, getting rid of your phones right before you get subpoenaed, then all the butt dials and the deleted calls and yeah.
Yeah, but don't spend 95% of your defense on the third party, because it didn't
Exactly.
work. And again, no matter how many witnesses they could bring to say, oh, this looks weird, it wouldn't change the jury, I don't think. Would be nice if they had an investigation expert. Yeah, that could probably be nice. But then they don't have that, but they can still have the investigation expert in the background giving them questions, and they have the manual for the CPD. So they should just bring that out and say, we just had an audit. They found that you made mistake by doing this, by doing that. So they can attack the investigation that way. But yes, it is. It would have been better for the defense if they could have brought someone who could say, well, this is so much against the rules that no one in their right mind would ever do this. But again, you'll have to. Oh.
Let's hear what this question is.
All right. We received a question from the jury. Did you both have the opportunity?
Yes.
To look at it?
Yes.
All right, we've marked it. Looks like double X for identification. It reads as follows: Dear Judge Vallow, in the review of materials, we cannot find the medical examiner's report. We would like to review this to better understand the injury sustained, as our notes and recollections differ, signed by the foreperson. So the autopsy report didn't go in, obviously, correct?
Right.
Correct.
All right. Suggestions on how to answer? I don't think we need to bring them in for this.
We agree with that. I think you should write them a note back and tell them they are correct, the report's not in evidence, and that they are to rely upon their collective memories regarding the testimony of witnesses.
But they just said they don't.
All right.
None of them remember it the right way, so that sucks.
Yeah, but that's the rules.
I know it's the rules, but it's so dumb sometimes.
Does the defense have anything to say? But what could we interpret from that?
They can't have it because she said they didn't put it in evidence, apparently. So it's not part of the evidence.
They can't have the report because it was never admitted as a piece of evidence. So it was only to show, not to put in as evidence. That's why they can't have the report. They have to rely on what the medical examiners told them.
In their collective memory, which he just said that all of them remember it differently. So.
All right, we'll send it back in.
Thank you. And
All right. Thank you.
Normally they don't.
To impound all communications by the jury, and at least until there's a verdict.
What?
I don't take a position on that. I've never heard of that before, but
I'm not prepared to do that at this time. And I just read the note out loud, so I think it's moot at this point.
It's the signature.
well, I have no problem with that. I mean, I don't know. I defer to your discretion on that.
Okay, I'm not going to allow that request. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
She wanted to what with the communication from the jury?
Thank you.
Did you get that part?
I was looking at chat to see if someone said she said. I thought it was they didn't want everybody to hear it, but we already did impound it.
Oh, they wanted to impound all communication. That's the thing. I thought I was why. So yeah,
They wanted to impound the note. Yeah, from the jury.
yeah. Reports are generally hearsay. That's why they aren't admitted into evidence. Yeah,
Yeah.
and it can have every little notation in the side. Oh, it looks like this and that, and they're not allowed to talk about or to
Oh,
look at that. So
yeah, that's what Jess said. She wanted to impound the jury note because the juror signed it with their name. So,
but it's a public trial. I know it's because of the internet and all of that, but come on, I can go into the courthouse and hear the name of every single juror.
well, exactly. These are all public trials. You could go, yeah, like I know people think on the internet, oh, everybody needs their anonymity, but you can go in there and see all their faces and say, oh, hey, there's Bob Smith. He's a juror. So none of this is really anonymous. They just keep their faces off the streams because they just don't want to. I mean, remember when you used to watch old trials from back in the day? They had the jurors on camera all the time, and they just don't do it anymore.
Optimus Prime. What was the question? If they could have the ME report back with them so they could play detective themselves. They weren't allowed to do it.
Because they said that basically they all were remembering the injuries differently. So they wanted to see the report to see what they were exactly.
Yeah.
But the report's not in evidence because it's a report. That's the same thing with what they do with police reports too. They don't go into evidence if you notice when you watch trials.
No, because there could be some in there where, oh yeah, I think this and this happened. So they would have to heavily redact so much stuff in there.
Exactly. Yeah, because like I feel like that's where I learned a lot of it from the Daryl Brooks trial, because he would constantly want to read the reports.
Yeah.
And they're like, you can't. It's hearsay. And he's like, I don't get it. But like that's kind of where I learned it all from.
And CJ Lorraine asked, can you just drop into a courthouse and visit any trial? Trials are public.
Yeah, all trials are public. Yeah.
So if you want to go, of course, there's in the Karen Reed case, they will have family and friends first and stuff like that. But I actually think a lot of people should go try and sit in a courtroom and see how horrible it is and how effing boring it is. Because right now, I'm building Lego while we're waiting for this, and Jamie is working. Brandon is playing with his dog. Sue is in the pool. So, it's so easy. Nothing. I'm really enjoying this. But remember, the juries are sitting on a chair that's most likely super uncomfortable for 2, 3, 4 hours at a time, and they will lose. Because when we sit here and say, why the hell didn't they get that? And why didn't they do that? Most likely because they're bored out of their mind and they were sitting in a super uncomfortable chair that was killing their back. And that's one of the things that I think a lot of lawyers forget, that the jury is miserable. And people should really go sit in a courtroom. Because if you have nothing to do, you can't play on your phone. You can't bring a drink. You can't do anything fun. You will get annoyed.
Yeah. Yeah, usually the only time you can't get in is I'm sure there is some trials that are not like
kid cases and stuff like that. Yeah.
They're closed to the public, but most of the time unless like the courtroom's full, like probably in the Karen Reed case where they're just at a point where they can't even let anybody else in.
Yeah.
You could just go and watch anyone.
Mhm. Yeah, you can sit and knit. Yeah. So they're questioning one hand or two.
I think so.
Maybe I think it's more likely that they want to know how long. I think I think it's something like how long should he have because I think they're fighting between manslaughter and second degree. That's what I think they're stuck on right now. Yeah. Everyone should sit in a courthouse and pick a case and see how the attorneys handle even boring ones. You'll never know when your family member could be tried someday. Yeah, but I still have to say I do the jury duty sometimes multiple times a month. I have only sat through one trial where I was not jury. I sat in the well or whatever you call it in the back of the room, and I was so effing bored. When you're sitting up there, you have to take notes, you have to pay attention, you have to do it. It's okay, but if you're just sitting in the back of the room and you don't have anything really going on, you can get bored. And especially sometimes I don't zone out, but there's times where you are less attentive than other. We had one day where we were sitting for 8 hours just reading Exhibit 221, a lawnmower. Picture 221 in the digital file found on this phone with this metadata. Picture 222, a gas can for a lawnmower. And we sat for 8 hours and just read. We just read into evidence these things that were stolen. But we had to read everything into the transcript. So if there was an appeal, they were in the transcript. I was like, couldn't we just stipulate to that? No, because after that, we will have to go out and we have to sit and say, okay, 222 is the lawnmower. He claimed that he got it from his dad when he died, and it kind of looks like something that's stolen. Can we prove it's stolen? No one saw him in that area. Well, then we can't really. And we have to go through all of the pictures again. Those are the days you really hate being a juror.
I was part of a civil case once, and that was boring. And I had to testify. Just waiting around, and they had to, it was stuff like that, like property. So it was like talking about property all for like 2 hours. Where'd you go?
I just checked my phone. Sorry.
Oh, you looked like you disappeared.
Oh, I'm constantly bringing up stuff on the screen anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Not naming kid defendants is actually a journalistic rule, not a court rule in many places. In Danish courts, we will throw out everyone who's not directly related to them if a minor is to testify.
What?
Yeah, we luckily have modern office chairs to sit in. Imagine sitting on those pews, and it looks like the one that the Karen Reed jury is sitting on. I would, I couldn't do it with my back. The jury duty is interesting, and everyone should do it to learn how the system works from the inside, because we're just sitting here watching it from afar, and and it's different when you're in it, because you will notice very different things, because you will pay attention in a different way, because we zone out, we get a phone call, we have to remember to go make some dinner. Zach is playing up in chat, and someone comes in and asks, oh, by the way, did you see this and that? So we'll lose some steps here and there. They have nothing else to occupy their mind. I bet you in week 2 they were happy every time a siren started outside, just so there was a little break in the monotony of what if any person was at the scene, what if any snow was at the scene, what if any was driving the ambulance, what if any.
Hmm.
But they didn't hate Lally enough to not find her not guilty. I can't understand that.
I know. For them to even consider, what was it, manslaughter?
Yeah.
I can't with these people. Like, what are you thinking?
But we have had it so many times before where we are sitting
I
here
know.
and saying, this is the clearest case of not guilty ever. This is the clearest case of guilt. That kid who got off scot-free from unaliving his mom.
Oh, I was shocked. I was very shocked.
I could see some meditating, is it what it's called, meditating factors with her being mitigating. Oh, you don't speak English? You're so stupid. You don't understand words? No, I don't. I could see some of that in there, that he that she was nagging him, and she was the one who went to the other house and that. But still, I was shocked. I have to say, shocked. I would even go so far and say shock and horror.
I mean, I know how I felt about it, but I was surprised in the actual verdict. I would have went not guilty too. But you know who else was surprising? It was remember that lady that ran her husband over?
Yeah.
Because he was trying to assault her or whatever, and she like tore out of the driveway, and he got ran over, and she didn't know.
No, it wasn't never proved she ran him over. That's the thing that made it even more.
Well,
weird.
I mean, in all actuality, like, I think that's what happened because of his injuries, but they were trying to portray the fact that she didn't, like, you know, oh, she knew, you know what I mean? Like when she came back and he was gone or whatever, he was in the ditch or whatever. Like, oh, she knew, and she just went in the house to pretend like she was gonna go to sleep and blah blah blah. And I fully believe that she had no clue. But yeah, I was surprised because remember we were like, she's gonna testify, and we're like, oh no, and you guys are like, she's so horrible on direct. And I said, let's just wait till cross. And then what cross was horrendous because those prosecutors were terrible. And I said, see?
Yeah.
They made her look like a saint.
Yeah, he came off really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 2 years ago now, and we only
I was surprised in that verdict too. Yeah.
Yeah, and we only watched it because the Karen Reed angle, and then when we watched the Karen Reed, I was so glad that we watched it because there was so much we could rely on. There was more evidence of that in her case than there was in the Karen Reed case.
Yeah.
And Chloe's mom, they have been out for 3.5 hours now, with the hour they were out yesterday. So
so the guy that froze because she. Yeah, the blonde lady, if you remember her. Forgot what her name was, but yeah.
And especially the injuries in that case, and the lack of the same injuries on John O'Keefe is really interesting.
His chest was all mashed up.
Yeah, he had 2 liters of blood in his chest cavity or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of an eye opener compared to the what the, did I turn something? No, it is this one. Compared to the O'Keefe case, that's why I don't buy that. Oh, he went flying through the air and nothing happened. This guy got run over by the car. Yeah, of course, that'll leave more of a dent, but still the amount of force being applied to his body would destroy him.
Hmm. But like he got caught up because like remember the testimony was like he was on the side of her window trying to break it, and she just sped off because she's trying to get out of there, and somehow he got caught up in it. Like that's how I imagine it happening with John. Like you can't it they make it seem like it's just so easy, like you're just bumped by the car and you just fly off like Gumby or something like that. I don't
Yeah.
know why I'm thinking Gumby, but it's just bouncy. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Instead of like your body gets caught up. Like, so that makes no sense to me. It just doesn't.
Why not a readback? Because they have to specifically ask for the readback. The judge can say, by the way, you can get a readback if you want it, because then he's helping one side or the other, or could potentially help one side or the other. That's why it's a stupid rule. They don't know they can do it, so they can't ask for it, and the judge will say, well, they could just have asked for a readback, see Karen Reed case, but they can't tell them, hey, you want a readback, you get a readback. Everyone gets a readback, because that could potentially help one side over the other, and that's not a good thing.
And they specifically asked for the report, so
yeah,
that's what they're going off of. If I mean, I'm sure if we would hear something if they asked for like the testimony. Can we hear the testimony again or something like that? But they asked for the report.
Yeah. Hey, Betty Swallows. The last time I got called for jury duty, I was working on a project 4 hours away. I drove all the way back, got in the courthouse, and was told the entire pool was dismissed. Was in the building 5 minutes. Yeah, that's stupid. Let's go. Brandon has brain damage. No, I don't think so. No, I don't have a running timer because in StreamYard, it's really hard to make these things. If I was using OBS like Recovery Addict, I could make one and put it on, but I am not good enough to use OBS. So you'll have to trust me when I say that that it's been roughly 3.5 hours. They had an hour yesterday. They started at 9:30 today, and we're getting up at, now I have to do math, 11 o'clock. So that's 2.5 hours today and an hour yesterday. That's 3.5 hours combined. All that talk about snow, and yet Lally still lied how much. He kept showing Fairview the following day and got everyone to testify as to that been the amount of snow. Blizzard didn't come till 9 a.m. No, I think the defense should have been showing the video from the library way more to show this is the amount of snow that was at the time. You want to travel that road, expert? Might I suggest going back to the fork and selecting another path? Oh, there's beef. How did it go after I left yesterday?
What? On his stream?
Yeah.
You were there the whole time. You're creeping on us. What are you talking about?
I wasn't. I went to bed when you started lying about...
No one was lying. Don't throw that word
didn't-
around so casually.
that I didn't want to take you to eat any place fancy.
You didn't. We looked at pastries and you said no.
No, I didn't say no. I said, do you want any? And you said no. I just want to go back and relax.
Nope.
I showed you pastries at the train station.
I know.
Down in the basement, and you said, I don't want it.
I didn't say that. Never would I ever.
I asked if you wanted any, and you were like, no.
Well, we were going somewhere. I didn't.
Oh, now we're going somewhere. Funny how.
Well, no, but we were
trains
always
make
like
you
on the
express it.
move. So stop it.
This is what I have to deal with.
Baker
Hey,
didn't
Linda
feed
M.
us at all.
Thank
It
you.
was the best diet ever.
Well, I guess who won't be at the meetup in Denmark next year? Me. Thank you, Linda M, for being here for 2 months. Yeah, right now I'm building Bumblebee. I built Optimus Prime to begin with, and now I'm building Bumblebee.
Yeah.
Why are they not allowed readbacks at testimony? They are, but they have to specifically ask for it. It's not enough that the judge can't tell them, hey, you want a readback? Because then, let's say he gets found guilty, and then the defense claims it only happened because the judge read back the testimony. If he didn't do that, they will be found innocent. Then they will have a big problem, and they will have to potentially have a new trial.
It's
So
this whole thing about how they're not supposed to advise the jury like that. Like I don't know. I find it crazy.
Yeah, because how should the jury know? But them's the rules.
Yep, that's the rules.
Does the good doctor has less included or just diet and second red rum? He has manslaughter, second and first degree.
I hate that
Hey,
one.
Rhonda.
I hate all of it because, I mean, we've went on and on about this, but just for new people in here, I hate lesser included. If you think if you have the evidence to convict somebody of a crime, you should have to convict them of that crime. And if you can't be convicted of that crime, then you shouldn't be charging them.
The manslaughter was on behalf of the defendant. So I think that's okay that's in there, because he said, well, I want to have a lesser included saying it's manslaughter, because he did admit he did do it. So that's fine by me that that lesser included is in there. But the state shouldn't be allowed 2 bites at the apple. They should either prove first or second degree. They shouldn't be allowed to say, well, it's first, second, third. We'll figure it out. Come on now.
Hey, I get it, but it's the state that gets to charge you. So if their charges can't hold up, then they shouldn't be charging you. They shouldn't be putting all of the charges on there.
No, that's what I'm saying. But if the defense asked for, hey, we want a lesser included, it's okay with me that the judge grants them.
Oh, if the defense asks for it.
He asked for voluntary and involuntary, and the judge said, with the evidence presented, I can't give you involuntary, but I'll give you voluntary.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
So,
but most of the time, it's the state trying to add that stuff on there. We've all seen that.
Yeah, and that's BS. They shouldn't be allowed to do that.
No.
Because either you believe in it. That's the same with the Karen Reed trial, with when they upcharged her because she didn't take the plea deal. Well, then you better prove it 100%.
Better prove that second degree.
Yeah.
Which I don't know how they think they're going to prove any of that. But then to throw on, okay, but let's do manslaughter and let's do an OWI with injury. You know what I mean? Like that's
that's the thing. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. They shouldn't be allowed to say, well, if you don't find that, well, she was driving under the influence and she did leave a crime scene, so let's just bang her up for that one.
Yep.
That's ridiculous as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we agree on that one. Levin could never be a juror because jurors can't speak at other people desperately needing for anyone else to hearing. No, he would be Your Honor. It's just not. It's not logical, Your Honor. The questions they're asking them, they're not logical. Do you know about the non-human hair in the Karen Reed case, Your Honor? This is very important, Your Honor.
Oh my God.
This is so important. It's typical. The other side never want to talk about it. It's so crucial evidence. No, it's not. It's the state lab that believed that it was non-human hair. It wasn't the Karen Reed side. But
yeah, how would they know? It was just the tests. They read the tests and they were like, yeah, that's what they're saying.
But that's his big argument, and he wanted to talk about it all the time with me, and it has nothing to do with the case. But
well, again, I was yelling. Oh, I hate the hair situation so much. You have no idea. Because it's pointless. A
Yeah.
single piece of hair on his girlfriend's car. How is that prove anything? It could have been there for 10 years. Well, not 10 years, but it could have been there forever. And also the fact that it held through a blizzard is beyond me.
Well, he has strong follicles.
But it was never what he said in the interview with you. It specifically, was tied to John. No, it wasn't.
No, it was matrilineal. And
But-
yes, don't worry about grammar in here. We use dyslexic grammar a lot.
Yeah, don't worry about it. But that to me is like the most pointless evidence in the entire world. I don't get DNA. Okay, his DNA was on the car. And first of all, DNA doesn't mean blood. I don't know why. I think a lot of people out there hear DNA and they instantly think blood. It's like his DNA. Okay, he touched his girlfriend's car. Whoopity-doo. Hair was on his girlfriend's car. Whoopity-doo. There's hair all over cars that I've been in. I'm sure. My hair just goes everywhere. So hopefully nobody's committing any crimes.
No, and again, it doesn't mean anything.
No, it doesn't.
But again, I don't think that the defense made that point either. We have to sit here and think what does the defense need to combat better, and that's probably one of the things that they need to figure out, how to make that super evident that DNA evidence is absolutely nothing.
Well, yeah, and that's probably what I was thinking was maybe they didn't care because they didn't think it was that big of a deal because they're like, okay, whoopity-doo. It's his girlfriend's car. Like, of course he's going to have a DNA and hair there. And maybe they didn't think it was a big deal, but clearly these people that are out there think it's a big,
Yeah, but that's because they
looking
watch
at it differently.
CSI and they think that, oh, we found a piece of DNA, so the killer was you. That's not how
it must
DNA
have been.
works.
Yeah, there was no blood anywhere. It was just DNA. Just
Well, there was DNA on the tail light. So there was three different contributors to DNA on his pants. What does that mean?
yeah, that was a bigger deal to me than anything because I remember when that came out and I go, what? I goes, why did they never test that? Of course they didn't test that because all they tested was what, Buchanan and the only DNA samples they got was from Buchanan and Proctor to prove that they weren't the ones that touched the car or whatever. But didn't get anybody else tested. So now we have unknown DNA on his pants and nobody knows who it is. That should be a bigger deal.
Wynets are correct. DNA only shows up when a crime is committed. That's just logic.
Of course. Duh.
This is the trust tree. It is, Brandon. Jamie is almost a professional Catholic priest because she looked through a window and saw someone talking to a priest, so she thought it was confession.
I did not. You said it was.
I didn't say it was confession. I said, this is where they do confession. And she said, oh, and we can look right at them.
Yeah, because they were just sitting there having a full-on conversation in a clear glass case.
Yeah, and right behind them, there were the confessionals.
They were cute, though. I've never seen one in real life, only in, movies.
It wasn't so cute when you laughed at Iris's religion, but...
I didn't laugh at her religion. Stop telling people that. I was very stoic.
Yeah, when you started laughing, I had to tell you, Jamie, we are in a church. Yeah, I know, but she did that thing with the cross.
Did not laugh at it. I said, is that what we're supposed to do? And you laughed at me.
Yeah, well, that's because we're not Catholic, Jamie.
Well, I didn't know. I didn't know if it's like a thing.
You didn't know
have
you
to
weren't
do.
Catholic?
No, I don't know what I am, actually. I'm not really anything. But I don't know what my family is,
Well, your mom is not giving you Tupperware containers filled with food when you visit her. That's what I know.
She does, but they don't
Nope,
really.
Brandon,
I
it's
don't.
not. That's not that much of a trust tree, Brandon.
What
Don't
is happening?
no.
We do though. We shed everywhere.
Yeah,
And
but
men do too. Not like you could, if you were actually searching, you could find something, I'm sure. But girls for sure, their hair goes everywhere.
yeah, I have my kids' hair in my car, and they haven't been in it for a year.
Yeah.
It'll just show up someday when you're cleaning your car. What the hell? Well, it is a trust tree, but not that much. That's what you do in 12 inches and your behind. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. That's because it turned a little wild yesterday on the Experts channel. This is still a good Christian channel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Jamie's mom doesn't give her containers of food.
Honestly, I don't like taking a bunch of crap because they would give me everything that's left over, and I don't, not most of the time, I'm just eating there and I don't want a bunch of stuff. And I definitely don't want a bunch of Cool-It containers.
Jamie's mom is a bad cook. We heard it here first.
It's mainly my dad and my brother that cook when we have things going on.
What do they cook?
They smoke and grill a lot of things. Probably anything you could think of. Barbecue. They got
We don't
him and my dad went in on a smoker together, and that's probably all the food we've eaten for the last couple of years.
we don't do much smoking.
It's really good. He made like smoked macaroni and cheese one time.
It's not really a thing. So we that's it. It's if we smoke something, it's mostly fish.
Yeah.
Well,
Ribs. Yeah. We don't really do a lot of fish. Thank God. More meats. Real meats.
it's become everything apparently within the last couple of years has become pulled something. I saw pulled fish in a burger. No, in a store. You could get pulled salmon, and I was like, how
Like
the hell do
shredded?
you... Yeah, that's what I would call it. But now it's just because we had a big period of pulled pork, so now everything needs to be pulled something. But pulled
Oh,
salmon,
no.
that's just weird. It's
Expert
salmon.
says, I keep
No,
a locket of Valhalla's hair just in case I need to find evidence. Yeah, they made like smoked mashed potatoes, or some garlic mashed potatoes, macaroni and cheese, and then a brisket, like a bunch of briskets. That was the last was it Christmas? The last holiday? Yeah. I was in heaven.
I'm not sure what brisket is or if I ever had it.
Oh, it's so good.
Baker and Jamie have great chemistry. Just saying. Well, we're good at talking about nothing for hours. That's why we can do these worded watches without losing our minds completely.
And we've been doing this together for a long, feels like forever.
Forever and ever.
Forever.
Since New
Thank
Kids
you,
on the Block
Melissa.
was just...
In diapers.
Yeah. They were new kids and I don't know, what's smaller than a block.
New toddlers on the block.
New toddlers on the block. Yeah, back then. Let's pull cow pictures. What? We have all been
What?
taking the same thing for years. What? Brisket comes from the breast and lower chest area of a cow. Oh, that's why you want to pull cow pictures.
Oh, let's get a picture of a cow so we can pick out all the meats, pieces
Well,
of the different sets of meats.
when I went to, I don't know if it's culinary college or what you would say. When I went to baker school, we had to do like an introductory period where we had to try all the different professions within the culinary field. So I had to be a waiter, I had to be a butcher, a chef, all of this. And we actually had tests in what is what on a cow. And I didn't give 2 cents because I was going to be a baker. But as part of your exam, you will be questioned about where do you find this piece and where do you find that piece, and you'll have to be able to find it on a cow or pig or whatever you're butchering, horse.
KKB wants to know, what was the jury question?
It was, can we get the medical examiner's report? And they said, nope, you can't get the medical examiner's report because it's not in evidence, it's hearsay. And the next question will be, well, couldn't they just read it back to them? Yes, they could if they ask specifically to get it read back to them, but they can't tell them that they can ask to have evidence read back to them. I actually think he said something about reading back something yesterday, but I can't correctly remember it right now.
Yeah, they wanted the medical examiner's report because he clearly said in the note that a lot of them had different, obviously they had different answers for what, so they wanted to get it to clarify for themselves. And he said, nah, because it wasn't in evidence. And then the prosecutor wanted to impound the note because the jury signed it with his name. But he was like, we're not going to do that.
No,
So that's what happened.
he's just, he's like us. He's standing there thinking, what the F is taking so long? Get out of here. We have a big case coming off. I want to empty the courtroom. And Bev have afternoon breaks in her chambers. I saw the bill from, which one was it? One of the McAlberts who was at the waterfall. $7 for a White Claw.
Yeah, I'm not shocked.
I'm just thinking, imagine
expensive.
how much money Bev has to spend every day.
Well, she could go get herself a pack at Costco. A lot cheaper.
Oh, yeah.
I still have some in my fridge, like from summer.
Oh, I actually have some Alky Pops in my fridge as well, but I think they are spoiled a year ago or two because I don't drink it.
Yeah,
That's cheap. Those are board game prices. Yeah, $7. Are you crazy?
For just
She like
one.
to have a vending machine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is ball game prices. It's like a small beer is like $7.
Well, don't take me out to the ball games.
Just don't get hammered at the ball games. Get hammered before. On the way too.
Well, not with driving with your sister because apparently she doesn't bring the good beer.
She did. That was funny. She's like, we got a cooler. What do you got in there? Bud Light. I'm like, ugh. And Iris is like, sure, let's just take them.
Yeah.
I'm surprised she didn't whip out her tahine.
Yes, just about to say, well, her tahine could probably save even Bud Light.
I would have loved to try it because did we? No, you just tried it like straight up. We didn't put it in the beer though.
No, I don't want to ruin my beer.
Oh, I wanted to try it, but I don't know why I didn't. Again, I don't know why I didn't do a lot of things. I I didn't get any bakery items. We didn't get any Danish food, and also didn't put tea
We
in
had
my
French
beer.
hot dog.
We did. Well, yeah. Okay, yeah. We did have that. But you know what I meant? Like because we kept trying to plan let's go to a sit down restaurant, but everything was so busy.
Yeah.
But we did get, yes, a street hot dog, and those were delicious. I ate it, and then I goes, I'm getting another one. And I was like, does he speak English? Because I didn't know if I'd have to have Baker come up and order it for me. But no, he did, and it was great.
The problem with White Claw is that it tastes like carapiola. What exactly would you say you did over there?
What?
What did we do over here?
We hung out, we BS'd, and we walked a lot.
Didn't walk that much.
We did walk a lot. You know we did.
We didn't. It's if you nope, be nice.
What do you got to say?
I have nothing to say because I'll just get in trouble. But any other, if Federowski had been here, he would even have taken on his walking boots because it was not. Remember, we walk everywhere. We don't drive cars, so
Yeah, that's my perception of it though, because I'm not used to walking everywhere. So in my eyes, we walked a lot.
we walked 600 miles. We walked less than 4. And we had a big, and funny enough, complaining Iris. Oh, we're walking all the time. Then I said, oh, Iris, do you want to sit at this bar and get something to drink and we can hang out for a bit? No, let's just walk on. Well, let's just walk on. Oh, we're walking all the time. It's so hard. Oh, why are we always walking? I asked you 2 minutes ago if you want to sit at a bar. And there was topless men, so she would have enjoyed it.
Yeah. Well, we sat on the bench in the park and waited for you guys to bring us back drinks.
Yeah, that was nice. The sun was out. Everything was out. Sun is out, guns out, as they say.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Iris has shorter legs than all of us, so it takes her like 50 steps to catch up with everybody. So I get her pain. But I don't mind walking. I like walking. I don't mind
But at
it.
the same time,
And
she's a speed walker.
She
So
is.
she walks twice as much as us because, oh, I have to go here, I have to go there, I have to go there. And you never know where she is. It's like having a toddler with the ADHD running around with you.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking around and, oh, she's gone.
It was fun.
Did you get chocolate milk with the hot dog? No, sadly
He
not.
didn't. I know. And that was like a whole thing for Baker. He wanted me to have this chocolate milk with the hot dog, but I don't know why. Did you just forget? Or because I don't even remember it being mentioned. I totally forgot about it.
We talked about it at the sausage wagon. After I said, oh, you should have had one. And I said, well, no, I did order one, didn't I?
No, because I swear, if you would have ordered one, then you totally would have. I would have gotten one too.
Yeah, just remember we talked about it.
Yeah, we talked about it, but.
She's gotten into another piece.
I feel like I do this every time I go on a trip somewhere, is I forget to do all the things that I wanted to do, and then I have to because I did that when I went to Vegas for the first time. I felt like I missed so much. I felt like I did so much, but I also missed so much. So I'm like, ugh. And that's how I feel with Denmark. I feel like we did so much, but I also am like, oh, we didn't get that thing. We didn't go see we were supposed to go in the palace. Didn't get the chocolate milk. I should have ate all the pastries.
But we did, just so people don't think that I just threw you out and said, yeah, see you Monday. We did go see the royal stables. You did get to
oh, we did, yeah.
Say hi to the royal horses. And we did see multiple castles.
Yeah, we
And
got to see them on the outside. There was the one I thought you were going to take us in, but then I don't know what happened, or if we were like trying to go somewhere else, or we
well, that
forgot.
was Rosenborg Castle. That's where the crown jewels are. But then that's after Iris kind of had checked out. So I thought, no, let's just be nice to her and get her drunk.
That was fun though. But yeah, we
It
got to go
was
to
fun.
the royal stables, and me and Penilla are in there and just scratching the little horse's nose.
They were training because our king's oldest daughter had her 18th birthday, I believe, the week after maybe you left, or later that week when you left. So that's why they were out training to ride with the carriages after. So you got to see the preparation for that one, because when our royals turn 18, they'll be driven around town in a horse-drawn carriage and wave to people. Ta-da!
Andy's asking why the Emmys reports don't get entered into evidence.
Because there could be a lot of stuff in there that's not relevant for the case, that could be hearsay.
Yep. And that's usually why they don't enter in police reports either, because a lot of it's hearsay.
In a police report, it could say, we're looking at Joe Johnson. He seems more likely as a suspect. And if it's in the report, they can read it and they can say, oh, the police didn't even think it was our guy. So that's why you don't bring it in. Well, that was an hour of building Lego. I really thought they would be back by now.
Let me see it. Done already?
Yeah, they're not that big. It's just
Does it transform?
No, you have both of them, the transform version and the robot version.
Oh. Aw,
And then Optimus Prime.
that's cute.
They're pretty cute. It's a new series they just recently released. Brickheads. So I'm gonna turn this one down, go into the other room, and I'm just gonna take a bio break on the way there. Talk to people about your love for the tailless cats of Madagascar.
Oh man. They were getting a kick out of the fact that they have so many pigeons over there, and I don't know why, but they're just so cute. And I wanted to pet one, and Baker and Iris are yelling at me to not touch it because it was going to give me chlamydia. But yeah, we had a fun time over there. That's the first time I've been out of the country. Yeah, I didn't realize how close Denmark was to Sweden either, because when Baker picked us up at the airport, he bought the wrong ticket, or bought the right ticket, but we got on the wrong train. However that worked out. But anyways, we got on a train to Sweden versus Denmark. And he said it was only like a 10-15 minute train ride. And then we're in Sweden. And me and Iris on the last day actually got on the train and went to Sweden. So so we got to go over there. And yeah, it was only like 10-15 minute train ride. It's so crazy. But all those areas are so pretty. And it just so happened it was like the most beautiful weather. I think it was like 50, 58 or something most of the day, 60-ish, and it was sunny. We were really surprised because Baker totally thought it was going to rain, because he said that usually that time of year is very rainy. So We were really excited that we got good weather. So that's why it was nice to walk around everywhere because, you know. Yeah, well, I'm happy that I went the time frame that I went. I only went I left here on Thursday and then got back on Monday. I think it was the perfect amount of time, to be honest with you. I didn't know uh, I didn't know Sweden was that close, to be honest with you. I mean, I thought it was at least a couple hours. Because I mean, well, I should have known better because Germany, he talks about Germany and going to Germany for certain things. And he said usually that's like a 2-hour train ride. And I kind of just thought Sweden was the same. But I didn't realize it was literally like 10 minutes. And I was like, that's so close, man. But we were in Copenhagen, and I think Baker will correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought it's a couple hours away from actually where Baker lives. So he's farther away from Sweden. But when you're in Copenhagen, it's just like 10 minutes. But it was fun. Yeah, that's how I felt. I was just like, I have my house and my 2 dogs, and I think Sunday I was finally like, I miss them. I just want to go home and see my puppies. But I mean, it was still fun.
How did you not know Denmark was close to Sweden? Baker talks about it every day. He obsessed with Sweden. Yeah.
I said I didn't realize it was so close, but you're not. How far away from you from Copenhagen? Like, aren't you a couple hours?
I'm further from Copenhagen than Pernilla is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Copenhagen is close to Sweden, like 10-minute train ride. But I said you're probably farther away from it.
Yeah, I'm 3. If I get the right train, I can be at the central station and I take my car to the other train station I have to go from. I can probably do it in 3 hours.
Yeah.
That's a baller move, going to Denmark for a weekend. Yeah, it's not normally something. A lot of Danes do the New York in a weekend thing, which I don't understand because I'm not a big fan of New York, but it's a big thing, which I would hate because fly over Friday and you can't really do anything till Saturday morning and then go hard Saturday and fly home Sunday, maybe late afternoon, and then go back to work on a Monday. That'll be hell for me.
Yeah. I will tell you, you guys would be surprised at how cheap it is to go over to a different country than it is to fly around the US. So it's way more expensive to fly down south than it is to fly over to Denmark.
Yeah,
I was surprised.
The last time Farrell said what I paid for my tickets to Knoxville was cheaper than her to fly home to her family.
Yeah.
What type of military would Baker feel is strongest in Denmark? Of what we have now, we are really depleted. Our boats are old. Our planes, we're still waiting to have the new ones, the Did we get the F-35s? So our Air Force isn't the strongest. Our Army is lacking a lot of troops, so we're a little bit rusty right now. We have been cutting back a lot since we stopped helping you in Afghan and Iraq. So we are a little depleted right now, but and we don't have the 3 branches. Is the 3 branches, but we only have like 12,000 troops in total. So it's not like America where you have, the Marines is their totally own army in some way, and the Navy can handle all of this. We are very much codependent. It depends. If I'm going like I did there, I'll take a train because you can't get somewhere to park. It's insanely expensive to park in Copenhagen. And but my brother lives north of Copenhagen. I was over there Saturday, and I'll drive for that because the train out to where he is a nightmare. So I'll rather drive that trip. Your lineage from Denmark. Oh, interesting. Take me to kind of Paris. Give me 3 beers and you'll have the tour of a lifetime. Kind of Paris. How London end up as kind? I was like, what? Yeah, we only got a few of the F-35s. We're still missing a few, and we gave our F-16s away to the Ukrainians, so we're missing. But I don't like Paris. I've been there too much. London, I would like to. I've only been to London once, and that was on a football guy's trip, so we were drinking already before we left the airport, so I don't remember much. Wishing for things in Denmark to get stronger. What are on the French Foreign Legion? I actually met some of them while I was deployed. I don't like them as a special force. I have way more respect for like Delta and SEALs and stuff like that. They're tough as nails. They are hellish fighters. But I won't like to spend time with them. They are not all of them are really good guys, because unless you have done murder, you can go there and your record will be made clean. And some who did do murder also went there. Oh, don't talk about that. But they are a special breed. You have to be kind of insane to join them. So I'm not. Would I like them to fight for me? Hell yeah. Would I like to drink a beer with them? Hell no. So that's but it's kind of like the Gurkha soldiers. They are. That's that weird way you're thinking. But you really want them near you if it goes down. Mm-hmm. Do you feel they become essential psychopath? I don't think the French Foreign Legion does as much as it used to do. And I think they have tightened up a lot about those psychopaths, because it was a haven for criminals back in the day. But right now, if you want to have... The thing about forces like that is that you get a lot of glory hounds. You get a lot of those guys who want to have the Rambo experience. Of course, you get the ones who want to hide from something, but you also have those who want to go out and prove themselves, and maybe couldn't hack it in the Marines, or couldn't get into the Green Berets or something like that. And my personal opinion from being deployed, you don't want Rambos. You want guys who is a little reluctant to be there, who, yeah, I could use the money. I'll do this, and I'm patriotic enough that I'll put on a green uniform and go stand in the front line. All of these Rambo types, really, really bad soldiers, because it's like their self-preservation that isn't as high as it is with the rest of us. That's my personal observation with some of the people I've served with. Can be totally different from someone else, but I would rather have that sloppy soldier who doesn't want to run towards danger, but knows that, remember your brain before you go out there. Germans are the bomb. Funny stuff, when we were deployed, they had their own base. They were in Sarajevo, and they had the big base in Sarajevo where everyone was. They had big French French department. They have the Americans, and we were there, but the German was placed a little outside. There's still a little. Let's keep them. It's still the Germans. We don't like Germany having too many weapons. Jamie has been catching the highlights. I've been sleeping. Well, I'm not, because I've been on with the expert for the last 3 days. But if you want to have the breakdown of Laurie, it'll be Jamie you have to go through.
I just been watching it on Defense Diaries. Bob Mata and Ellie Mata.
Yeah.
I like them. But they've been watching it in the afternoons, so I just catch it there. Because it's nice because I can just watch it at night.
One of my relatives commands a team. They were fun to go out with back in the day, would do some crazy stuff in the name of fun. No idea what they are like now after seeing more action. Most of them will be the same. We did a big survey when I had been home 7 years, I think, where they just asked every former deployed about our mental state and how we felt. And it actually showed up, because we hear about, everyone's getting PTSD and it's so every soldier is just ruined. It actually showed that the amount of mental illness in the people who had been deployed was half what it was in the rest of the population, even with the PTSD and all of that. So a lot of people we get some weird quirks about, I don't like fireworks. I'm not fond of walking on grass that's not cut because there could be mines in it. But most of us will readjust okay to normal life. And some people buy a goat farm in Tennessee. When my dad became confused not long before, he spoke of things I've never heard him say. He was a scholarship of UM from WW2, but what he said, wonder what the hell I give him. A lot of the people who were in that one never talked about it, and if they talked about it, they started way late in life. My dad was an EMT, and my dad was born in 42. And his first memory was the planes flying over their house to go bomb Germany. And, my dinner's ready. Let me just finish this and burn my pizza again. And and he liked to, when he was picking up people and driving them to the hospital and stuff like that, and he knew they had done something, and he was riding with them in the ambulance if they were going in for treatment or home from treatment and stuff like that. He liked to sit and talk to them, and because it wasn't a family member and it wasn't someone, he got a lot of war stories, and he actually had quite a few survivors from the camps that he got to talk to. We had a camp survivor come and talk at our school when I was in 10th grade, I believe. So that was a really straight. That's the weird thing. You have that connection to history because you're that old that some of the people who went through all of that hell could talk to you about it. That was really powerful, hearing him talk about what he did to survive in those camps. That was something different. I was sick, so I didn't want to go spread my germs. So that's why I've been sitting here for almost 3 hours waiting for something to happen in court. Now I'm going to get my pizza.
Okay. I've seen Kathleen came in. We actually did have a jury question, Kathleen. It was they wanted to see the ME report, but the ME report wasn't put into evidence, so it's not part of the evidence, so they couldn't see the report. So they told them no, that they had to rely off the recollection. Because I believe they wanted to, what me and Baker just assumed is they want to see the injuries. Because I think they're trying, obviously they're trying to debate which charge, but yeah, so that was the only question we've had so far. Nothing too crazy. It is interesting I do love jury questions because it kind of, not really, because sometimes they go a place that we don't expect, but most of the time it kind of gives you an idea of what they're looking at. So yeah. But when he gets back here. But yeah, lower eval has been interesting too. It's been boring some days, I agree. But yesterday was pretty spicy. I think it's just nice to have something. I like that it goes it's a different time zone, it's a later time zone, so I can kind of watch it at night. And I can just watch the highlights. And I don't know who's all covering it. I just happened to come across Defense Diaries, and I kind of watch them at night. Sometimes I'll just watch Lawyer Yuno's recaps, because usually he's pretty good about doing recaps on different trials that I'm watching. And I like the quick hour recaps versus us watching a whole, all the trial all day long, because usually we're doing it here in the morning. And then I used to be able to watch trial after trial after trial, and sometimes it's like one is enough. Yeah, usually trial TV covers pretty much all that stuff too. I just like the commentary sometimes. And sometimes I don't, and I just want to listen to it myself. Yeah, I think we're getting up to the 4-hour mark. Because I think they had an hour yesterday too.
Yeah, 3.5 hours is how much we've been doing today. So 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
So yeah. I have to ditch Vallow when husband comes home. We just started watching Yellow Jackets and are hooked. I don't know what that is.
Ooh. I've heard of it, but I'm not exactly sure what it is either.
Trial TV is covering Laurie. Chris is awesome. He is. We're lucky that we meet all these cool people just by having a YouTube channel.
Yeah, and that's what I like to do too. Sometimes I just bop around everywhere and see what everybody's saying. But I put it on last night after I got off Expert, just because I wanted to see what happened. And it was pretty spicy. So, what kind of pizza did you make?
I just picked up, those fresh sourdough pizzas with prosciutto, and then I put on a little pepperoni, some chili, and some oregano. So I had a little. I don't have any more garlic powder. That was a little annoying.
What's on it? Chili and prosciutto?
Yeah, it's a prosciutto pizza, and then I added some chili powder to give it a little kick, and some pepperoni I had.
Yummy. Oh. Christina
Yep, turned it into a meat
Reedy.
lover's pizza.
Yeah, I'm all about the meat lovers. Chicken bacon ranch is my favorite pizza. There's a buffalo chicken. Really though, my favorite is like chicken Alfredo pizza. It's so good with bacon. Yummy. But it's very hard to find a place that does that anymore. But anything with
I don't know
meat.
what chicken Alfredo is.
Chicken Alfredo. You don't know what Alfredo sauce is? Have you ever had Alfredo sauce?
Is it tomato sauce or something like that?
Well, it's white sauce.
It's white sauce.
Yeah,
Brandon
it's
is
like
going
the
to
white.
throw up.
Why are you going to throw up, Brandon?
Pineapple and pepperoni is my favorite. I like supreme and chicken, mushroom and onion with white sauce. White sauce? Why?
Yeah, it's like the white sauce. I don't know if you consider that Alfredo sauce, but I love white sauce pizza.
Everything here will be made with tomato sauce.
I like tomato sauce too, but
I
there's
should do a new poll now. It's been 3.5 hours, 4.5 combined. See if the sentiment have changed from last night. It was 34-30. What was it? 34-32.
mhm.
So maybe we should try and do a new poll just so people don't get too bored.
I love that our chats always weave around and then all of a sudden we're talking about food. We always talk about food.
Yeah, well, I am eating, so.
Yeah, but it always comes up.
Have you seen Sue today?
Yeah, Sue's been in here.
Just funny, I haven't heard her.
What?
I don't know, maybe it could be she was somewhere else.
Nope, she's right here.
Oh, there she is. Yeah. Yeah, there she is. Oh,
That
and
is true.
yeah, it's dinner time. That's why I'm eating.
He acts like he can hear you all the way over in Denmark, Sue.
What's a Paul Newman?
Paul Newman, the guy Paul Newman, but he makes a lot of salsas and pizzas and dressings.
Oh, so it's just a brand name.
Yeah. but
Okay,
it's
okay.
like-
I thought that it might be some like a Chicago-style pizza is a deep pan pizza in Denmark. We don't have New York pizza. We just have pizza and deep pan, and that'll be called Chicago somewhere.
But yeah, but it's a guy. Was he an actor?
I know who Paul Newman is, but it could be that someone named a special pizza after him.
No,
But
it was.
these are
It's
just
his
frozen
brand name,
pizzas.
yeah. Yeah. But he has a salsa that's delicious. Have you guys ever had oh God, what is it? Paul Newman's own. I like sweet and spicy, and it's I think it's mango habanero salsa or something like that. It's so good.
Pizza in Italy is really different. It is. It's way more. It's way thinner. There's not as much toppings on. It's more. Yeah, it's more crunchy. It's very very different. It's more like because Italians like to eat multiple meals or multiple dishes at a meal, so it's not like a standalone meal like we eat it. What about Detroit? I wouldn't go there.
Detroit style pizza. Yum.
I don't know what that is. We don't. We only have we have sourdough pizza, and you have your normal flat pizza, and then you have your deep pan, which is called Chicago style by some.
There's a different. Yeah, Chicago style is different than Detroit style, but it's like the deep dish. They put the sauce on top. It's pretty tasty.
Jamie puts ranch dressing on everything.
Oh yeah. I dip my pizza in ranch dressing, and Jets makes a buffalo chicken ranch, and instead of sauce, they use their ranch dressing as the sauce, and then it's chicken, cheese, and bacon, and drizzled with buffalo sauce on it. Oh my God, it's delicious. Now I want one.
Peach salsa.
Yeah.
I don't like sweet and sour or sweet or hot. Well, I do like hot honey, but I like my chili to be chili.
You should.
Authentic Italian pizza is gross. No, it's great.
Is it? I've never had authentic Italian pizza.
Thank you, Anime, for gifting a membership to Slightly Pie over on Ripley Rumble. It's funny how that shows up with Super Chats over there, doesn't show it?
Oh, that's sweet though.
They should fix that integration with this one.
Mm-hmm. Oops. Yes, I'm alive, David.
I tried all the other pizzas he has, but the thin crust supreme in the green box is the best. Someone likes Red Baron pizza.
I can get down with a frozen pizza every once in a while.
Detroit pizza is when you forget to add sauce, so you put it on top.
Yeah. It's a good tactic.
Nope.
Yeah, mango habanero. Oh my God, sweet and spicy is like the best thing ever, especially in salsa.
Garlic, olive oil, mozzarella, ricotta, tomato, onion on a thin crust. Sounds good.
I mean, it does sound good.
So, teach you some Danish. Saga and røvbanan.
What is it?
Sag er
Zach R
er
R
er
Air
en
Ain
en
Een
en
Een
røvbanan.
opening
Røvbanan.
opening
Røvbanan.
opening.
Røv. I love how you get
Røvbanan.
further and further away from the word every time you try and say it again. Røvbanan.
Opening.
Røv.
Oh
Røv.
whoa. Oh whoa.
Røv.
Oh whoa.
Røv.
What are you rolling?
I'm not rolling, I'm just saying it's an R, not an O. Røv.
Oh row.
Røv.
Row.
Banan.
Benane.
Yeah. That's
What did I say?
Sack is a butt banana.
No, you didn't make me say that.
I so did. Ask
Shame on you.
I don't know if there's any Danish or well, Fedorowski is here. He can testify to it.
Ooh, Jess got the deets. I hope so. Zach, it was a trick. He told me to repeat a foreign language, and then, of course, I should have known better. No, winosaur.
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.
Are you muted?
Yeah, but because I'm chewing my
I was
food.
like, oh, I thought it looked like you were trying to talk.
No, I'm chewing my food. I'm just trying to do something so I don't have to talk while I'm trying to chew my food because it'll take me considerably longer. And yeah, just
Oh,
ordered
boy.
pizzas, ham, mushrooms, and extra cheese. That's a
Yum.
good pizza. Hey, Colleen. Hey, Panella. What trial was that? That was
Carly Gregg.
Carly Gregg, yeah. Because they kept going on and on and on, and he just lost his mind. Dr. Oetker for Rosen Pizza is the best here. Dr. Oetker is sometimes you can get it in little, I think. I've seen it, but it's not that big. It's big in Germany, but we don't get it much here. My Walmart is the only one left carrying the Paul Newman's frozen pizza, but they carry only the type you don't like. Of course.
What
Hey,
a bunch
Mia
of
Mo.
rats.
Someone hates mushroom with an unbridled passion.
I said yum to Winosaur to be nice, but mushrooms I hate with an unbridled passion also. Unbridled, Julie. We have an unbridled passion hate for mushrooms.
Then why say Winosaur is 7,000 miles away from you? She's not going to get hurt if you said, oh, I don't like mushroom on my pizza, but you do you, girl. It's not like she's going to get so annoyed she's going to take a plane, come over and slap you in the face and said, why don't you like my pizza? It's... Oh, Jamie, I love you, but you are crazy.
I was just trying to be nice.
You don't need to be nice if you
She
don't
was
like...
real excited about that pizza. I could tell.
Yeah, and me and Fedorowski said, I like those pizzas. And you can say, well, it's not my favorite. Kind of
I
like
tell
I
you
say
all
every
the
time
time
you
that's
say,
gross.
I really like some ranch yogurt. And I say, that sounds horrible. It's yummy.
Oh my God.
See, you ruined her day by your dishonesty. Hey, be kinder. So Jamie will call you a butt banana, but lies to save people's feelings about mushrooms. Jamie in a nutshell for you.
Oh my God. Yeah,
Stop it.
I have to
This
be
is
honest.
why nobody likes the Swedes.
What did you say?
I said, that's why no one likes the Swedes. Look at the text.
Kiwi, bacon, and tomato. What? What is happening? I don't understand. Kiwi on a pizza? I stop at, why are tomatoes on a pizza? Like, I know there's tomato sauce, but not like a real tomato. Is that, ugh. Yeah, no. Come on, guys. That looks like mold.
This is the worst thing in the world. This is why no one likes the Swedes. This is a ham, banana, curry pizza, and it looks with a side of kraut.
Ugh.
Do you understand why we don't like the Swedes now?
No, I don't. But their food choices aren't the greatest.
You can, if you like the sweet and the soury and the saltiness together, Jamie.
Well, yeah, but it depends. But banana on a pizza? No, thank you. I don't even like banana in real life. Can you just put meats on pizza? Just regular old meats. Leave the fruit alone.
What do you think about this one? This has meat on it.
Yeah, but it also has, what is the red? Is that tomatoes?
No, that's strawberries.
Oh, come on. Chuck it in the garbage. That's wrong. I know. Yeah, no fruit salad on a pizza. Do you have you ever eaten any of these pizzas, Panella? Do you eat a fruit pizza? Peanut Winosaur. You had a pizza with peanuts and olives on it? Is that real life? Come on.
Close to 4 hours today.
Yeah, they had a jury question and then they've been out ever since. So well, like I know people make like veggie pizzas and fruit pizzas, but like the cold, like little appetizer thing, is that what most people know? 'Cause that's what I know. But it's just like crust, then you put like cream cheese and some veggies on there and you eat it that way, but not like a real pizza. Yeah. Cashews, pepperoni, and cream cheese. I'll have to take your word for it. I don't know. I don't know about that. It's interesting sounding, that's for sure. Well, Baker likes salad on his pizza, so. So I'm not shocked.
I do, with the
Yeah.
kebab meat. It's great.
Yeah. I do like kebab meat.
Tracy Drummery, thank you for buying the corner kiss. Very much
Aw,
appreciated.
that's so sweet, Tracy. Hurry up and stuff your face. I have a meeting. I gotta jump off. Hopefully I don't miss the verdict. Not like I'm. Yeah, usually I just make homemade pizza because I make it my way. I found a recipe for those little, does anybody know what the Little Caesars crazy puffs, like little pizza puff things? I found a recipe to make them yourself, and I did it like last month. And oh my God, it was amazing. So I make little pizza cups.
Hey guys.
Oh God,
Did I,
scared me.
did I scare you? Sorry.
Yeah, because I wasn't looking at the screen. I just heard you.
That's funny.
Hi.
I heard you might have to jump off and Baker stuffing his face.
Yes. So
All right.
thank you.
You're
All
welcome.
right. Bye, guys. Have fun, guys.
Bye. Hi, everybody. Can we get this? I'm taking this off the screen because it's gross. I'm afraid of kiwi. Ugh, too many pop-ups right now. Sorry. What are we talking about? Anything good? Hi, Fed.
Again, this is
Ooh.
why no one likes the Swedish.
That sounds really good, actually.
Fennel. Ugh.
Yeah, fennel's kind of gross, but goat cheese and walnuts, maybe with some honey on it. I don't think there's any new filings in Karen Reid. I haven't seen any, but I also haven't been looking. I don't see any. Sorry. That would be fun. But I bet they're going to have a lot to discuss. I wonder if they're going to have like any hearings on Monday about that.
I think court is closed Monday. But we still have outstanding motions we haven't had rulings on.
Why is court closed on Monday?
I don't know. Have you met Massachusetts?
I don't think it's court. It's next Monday. The one after Easter. Oh, geez.
Can't be as bad as Plevin's.
Because Beth wants a long weekend. Yeah, pretty much. 17 seated jurors. I mean, I haven't checked X in a while. Every time I go on Twitter now, or X, whatever you want to call it, I still call it Twitter because I'm old, but it's just more BS and people making me mad. So I have to stay off. Judge just called for a half-hour recess to allow the 20 or so candidates left a chance to have lunch. How nice of her. She's letting them eat. Bev will not be running the Boston Marathon. Give me a break. Stop it. It is that's a very good, it's worse than a cesspool. It is a septic tank. The jury question was they wanted to see the medical examiner's report, but it's not in evidence, so they could not see it. People on Twitter are very stupid. I agree. I mean, I'm one of them, so I'm stupid enough to keep going back. Oh, God. I keep getting pop-ups that I need to restart my computer, and I just keep putting it off. Just now on X, Judge Bev walked out past us, and I could see her shoes. You won't be disappointed. Black stilettos with a strap. Jess Machado following up on Bev wearing Uggs this morning. That's pretty funny. I don't think so, though. I don't. That's got to be a joke. I can't even walk in stilettos. Oh, yeah. Blevin did say that. But, Blevin's right about everything. Do you see my cat with his foot out? Watching the fish. He's ridiculous. I bet. I can't imagine being stuck in there watching it. Yeah, I used to do that, like wear different shoes when I was, like if I commuted to work by train, but I'm wearing slippers right now and technically at work. So there's that. She was 4'2" going into court, 4'5" coming out. You think she's that short? I saw a picture of her with Lally once, like walking, and either he's really short or they're both short or the same height, whatever. How do they keep losing them? How did they lose one today? Net gain of 1 new juror. Got 2 new today and lost 1. Selection continues after break. But how do they... This whole new, like, make yourself into a Barbie trend is kind of cracking me up. So, yeah, it sounds like we're up to 17. I think they need, what, 20? They lost 5 last time. I think 20 would make sense, but hopefully somebody good gets that first seat. Nurse Kim said Bev is Polly Pocket sized. That's really funny. Nice. Is it warm there, Sue? I have my heater on at the moment. It's 51 here. That's pretty cold. Don't believe the lost juror was actually seated. He was being held. Huh. I'm jealous. I'm ready to open the pool, but it's not time. Probably have like a ice skate on it next week by the way the weather's going here. Investigators researching social media kicks them out. Oh. Well, they've got the whole internet looking, I guess, but how do you know if they're a juror? Want to see more of your cat? Well, he's right here with his little toe sticking out. Oop. He didn't like that. Little toe beans. I put the fish tank next to him so he'd have something to watch, and he likes that. Someone made Bev into the doll trend. I need to see that. Is that on Twitter? I'll probably never find it. Where are you with snow? A juror yesterday had posted pics on her social media of the other jurors. Who does that? Like, are people that idiotic? Aiden retweeted the pictures? That wasn't smart. Oh, retweeted the... Let me see if I can find it. That'd be pretty funny. Well, somebody made him. But I don't see... Oh, I see Judge Bev for sale. Oh, I just see the Jen McCabe one. I don't know. Yeah, I don't see it. I just see the Jen McCabe one, which is the first one I saw. That was hilarious. Isn't the water still cold in the pool? Temps in the 90s. Overnight, last 2 nights were 50, so water's... Yeah. Mine has to be, like, in the sun for, like, a full couple days before it actually warms up. I have well water, so when we open the pool, we usually have to add water to it. It just freezes it. And I don't like turning on the heater. Bev, she's holding White Claws. Classy. I don't think there's verdict. Not that I see. Now, Jess Machado says there are 16 seated jurors, not 17. There are 15 remaining potential jurors who are currently on a half-hour break. The expectation is that we will return after lunch and continue to work through the remaining potential jurors and see any additional individuals as extras. There will be no court tomorrow nor Monday, and if all goes as expected, opening arguments will begin on Tuesday. So there we go. Not sure why. Yeah, he did. He's actually climbed on top of it and stuck his paw in the water. But he doesn't like water, so he doesn't get very far. So we good for Tuesday? I think so. I think so. Motion 665. Okay. Has been filed. Let's see if we can find that. Since Baker left me unattended here. I thought... Oh, sorry. Yes, I think so. I think they want at least 16, right? Or is it 19?
Yes.
16?
They're shooting for 16, but we'll run the rest through and as many as possible because last time they had 19, lost 5.
Right. So hopefully they get more. Because, I mean, if they lose too many, then they have to start all over. They have to have 12. I don't think they can go on. Well, they might be able to get her waiver, but I doubt it. I don't know how that works. Someone smarter than me would have to know that.
Jemima is probably in chat.
Yes, that exactly. Monday is Patriots Day, the 21st, not the 13th. 14th is Monday. They probably just don't have court for Karen Reed on Monday, this coming Monday. Let Alan Jackson hang out with his kids for the last time and for 3 months or whatever this takes. Technically, she can waive the right for 12, but unlikely. Yeah, why would she do that? It's Aiden's motion to be allowed in the courtroom. He filed 2 weeks ago. They finally docketed it. Others motion to be exempted from sequestration order from intervener. Alleged witness Aiden Carney. Sorry, I said it wrong. Yeah, we've already seen that one. I have not seen verdict.
There's no verdict. There's no updates on Twitch. There's nothing going on.
Literally.
I am looking to see if anything's out there, and I'm kind of surprised, to be honest, because we are rolling in. We've been streaming for 3 hours and 30 minutes. They were sent back roughly 30 minutes before I started streaming, so that's 4 hours today, plus an hour yesterday. That's a 5-hour verdict. And when we started this case, he admitted to doing it. And I'm thinking they're stuck between, did he get it so enraged he didn't know what he did, and then he woke up and she was dead, or was it second degree?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. Well, King Bob, then that's the holiest of days in the year. I think what's taking so long is they must be struggling with. Some people are believing that he, like in our chat, that he lost his mind because she slapped him and then didn't snap out of it till after she was passed away, or some people are thinking, like I am, 4 to 6 minutes is way too too long to keep claiming he was blacked out. You have missed one jury question. Can we have the medical examiner's report? And the question was no. It's manslaughter, but I came in trial as a juror. Well, we on this channel, we don't do the research in most cases because we like to see what is presented in court and then discuss from that. The only deep dives we have done is actually in Karen Reed's case. Other than that, normally we'll just start Monday when they start a case Monday and then sit through it. But still, we are... I put a poll up before, and right now with 339 votes, 42% believe it'll be manslaughter and 36% believe second degree. So more people are believing manslaughter today than yesterday.
Right.
Roughly 5 hours now. 1 hour yesterday and 4 hours today. I don't think... Do they order lunch for them in Massachusetts? Imagine
Maybe
if they
during
ordered-
deliberation. I don't know.
What if they're getting mediocre chicken and parm? Did you see that weirdo who posted that they went to the D&E pizza and had pizza? That pizza looked really bad.
Oh, no.
Can I find it? It's not just to because I had never been there, but it just looked like it was undercooked. Let's see if I can find it. I didn't think it looked like a great pizza. It was a pepperoni pizza. I like pepperoni pizza.
Yeah, me too. I'm actually... all this pizza talk, and now I want pizza.
I just finished my pizza. It was good. I like sourdough pizza, though.
I'm not really
but it doesn't get as dry as a normal pizza, though. I find. Oh, did you see that Ohio teacher who pled guilty to banging her? What was he? 17-year-old student that she was supposed to help. 43 years old, 2 counts of sexual battery, and what did she do? Blamed her husband for neglecting her.
Oh, Jesus. What's wrong with people?
And again, we see it almost every day now. And remember the outrage with the Catholic Church, which is totally, it should have been there, and I don't say anything about that. Of course, you should. But the amount of, especially female teachers, and they get ridiculous sentences for what they did. It's
Like, too short?
way too short. Some of them, there was a case in England I covered once where a woman walked up and flashed some boys and I think tried to hump one of them and asked them for smacks and stuff like that. And she was let off because, well, she was drunk and, yeah. Imagine a man had walked up to 2 15-year-old girls and just pulled out his weapon and said, "Hey, girls." Even if he was drunk, he would never get. It's really an epidemic. And what women your age? What do they see in 17-year-old boys? It's so disgusting.
It really is.
It's I don't know what's wrong, but there's way too many, and it's not. Again, it doesn't look like they ran into a wall and fell down the ugly tree. Some of them are pretty middle-aged women. Go out and bang another teacher if you're not happy at home. It's. I really don't think we punish them hard enough. Well, it's a boy. He probably liked it. Isn't that what, whenever anyone says, well, boys will be boys, it's, oh, that's misogynist. But if someone says, well, what 17-year-old boy didn't like getting a little, well, he shouldn't do that. And she shouldn't do that.
Right. People are gross.
Yeah, and it's getting way worse. Why can't I find that bad pizza?
I think Aiden's going to be allowed in. She'd piss off a lot of people outside the courthouse if she didn't let him in.
Yeah, and she will have, Soren Daza had filed something again.
Mm-hmm.
So she's in enough trouble with her First Amendment zones as it is. And there's, what's his name? They had Tom on yesterday. He's going to go with his press pass when court starts and say, I'm not allowed to be here. I'm press. Because they had attacked Tom and said, well, you're not allowed to be here.
Oh, yeah. They kicked him out.
Yeah. Oh, and KP is angry again.
When isn't she? She's always got some kind of twist in her crust. See what I did there?
She's mad. Karen is member of some club. Well, who?
What
Who
club?
was it?
The Free Karen Reid Club?
Some
Of course she is.
Some expensive club in Boston. But she doesn't know who.
Like a country club?
Yeah, and she's sitting there. Oh, she's begging for money for her trial. Girl, please, you put up billboards so you could sell your merch, claiming, it's because we support John O'Keefe.
Using John O'Keefe's name, yeah.
Yeah.
At least Karen's using her own name.
Yeah, no one gives Karen money and expect other than she will fight the hardest as possible. And so, what?
What did I do? Sorry. I was going with the pizza theme there, and it just kind of fit. I'm sorry. You laughed. You know you did.
I don't know why I can't find that shitty pizza I wanted to show. It was all over my feed this morning, and now it wasn't. Oh, did you see the receipt from Caitlin Albert when she was out drinking?
No.
She had these only hers and John's receipts apparently are the ones in the case. Nothing for anyone else, but she had one for White Claw Mango, which is $7. She gave a $2 tip on that one. You could have rounded it up to $10 instead of $9.49. And another one is one Corona, a Miller Lite Lager, a White Claw Mango, a Jack D, and a Jameson. $35, and she tipped $3 on it. That's at least give her 40. That's.
Do you tip in Denmark?
No, we actually talked about it at the birthday I was with. Normally, if you go to like a fancy place, you would tip, but it's not common because it's in the price already. So we have these minimum wages that the union discusses with the employers, so we know they get money. But I if I'm out and we're sitting like a couple of people eating and getting food, yeah, I'll drop like a 50 or something when we leave, just as a thank you. If you're at a club or a bar drinking, you all say, just keep it up till the full amount. So
yeah. Are we really surprised they're shit tippers? No, it doesn't surprise me at all. I like a lot of times, at like company events and stuff, like they cover the whole bill, whatever.
Yeah.
And but I feel like a lot of times they kind of get ripped off on the tip because they add like if it's so many people, they add 18% gratuity and then they don't add anything on that. And I'm like, they kind of have to deal with like drunken idiots all night. So I usually like slip them like, I don't know, like $20 or $50 at the beginning of the night. And then they take care of me that whole night. Like they'll wait on me first and add a little bit of extra in my drink.
Yeah, and that's when I started going out drinking, it was you can get a long way for like 100 Danish at that time. So you gave them like 50. So every time you walked to the bar, they saw you first. So that was just a way to get it. But no, I have it on principle that even in America, where I know tipping is a big part, if you're expecting tipping, I'm expecting service.
Mm-hmm.
Because
You see
I
this
was, yeah, he's a
like,
cutie.
He's like posing on camera.
No, he's thinking, I'm going to attack.
Maybe.
But still, that Applebee's we went to, and I tipped at Pizza Hut, but we went to Applebee's in up near New York, and it was the worst service ever. And she came over and said, "Oh, and here you can leave," because it was just that little payable screen where you can punch into things. And she said, "Oh, here," and it's normally you leave 20%. And I said, "Okay," and I just in front of her deleted it and said 0% tip, and she got really mad. I said, "Couldn't get the food to the table at the same time. One dish was half cold when we complained." He said, "What we want me to do about it? You got the wrong drinks for two of us." Yeah.
Applebee's and Chili's just merged, which is kind of interesting. So they're going to have like both menus in one restaurant, I guess. I don't know.
I've never been to Chili's. Applebee's was okay. It was a bit expensive for what it was, but it was okay. It's not one of those places you think, "Oh, when I get back to the States, I need to get to an Applebee's again."
There's like a TGI Fridays by me. It's literally, I could walk there and I always forget it's there because it's just terrible. Like somebody had said, like they stopped at Applebee's not Applebee's, TGI Fridays before coming to my house once. And I was like, where's that? Like it's literally like a block
across the
from
street.
you. Like, I forgot about it. Just kind of blends in.
Yeah, there's those places you never. My brother and I, when he goes to a chiropractor down here, so when he comes down, we'll go out and have a lunch together. And sometimes we're like, "Oh, we should go to this place. Does it still exist?" And then every time we go there, "No, let's go up here to this place because it just doesn't look." It was one of those places you always hung out in as a young kid, but now it's just nope, don't want to eat there.
Kind of how I feel about Chuck E. Cheese now, but my kid loves it. I hate it.
They lose jurors after they do research on them or personal reasons. Yeah, that's what happened. Apparently, yesterday defense had found something because Miss Little had shown it to, and I love that Bev got mad that she followed her order.
Right. Yeah, I don't remember the order of like that they have to show it to each other first. I don't remember that.
No, the order is that nothing must be disclosed about the jurors until the judge have okayed it.
Oh.
So she had to show it to Bev before she could show it to the state. But she admonished her for not showing it to the state before she walked to her table.
Oh.
So again, it's just, but it's Bev in a nutshell. She doesn't understand. Do you use that phrase?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I talked to the expert the other day and I found out there's even more weird phrases we use that people in America doesn't understand.
Yeah, in a nutshell, we do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've used it. I can't say it's universal across the U.S., but.
Well, you were in chat the other day, so you're stupid. So that's.
Oh, okay.
That's how you know how it is.
Fair.
Rules. So we can't. But there's so many things where I love that expert thing where she ruled against her own previous ruling. Yeah, it'll be fine. No problem.
That was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Super ridiculous. Yeah. And she didn't even reply to that, like their renewed motion or anything. That's why I'm really curious if we're going to see more motions on, I guess not on Monday, but maybe she'll rule on some things on Monday.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, that could be. But again, we know she'll be against them, so we don't need to be waiting for
Yeah.
anything. When I was a kid, Chuck E. Cheese was so big pizza. I never seen a Chuck E. Cheese other than on TV. There's a Wendy's 10 minutes from me. They get orders wrong. I like
Yeah.
Wendy's. Wendy's is Burger King, right?
What?
Wendy's and Burger King are the same chain, right?
No.
Is Hardee's and Burger King, that's the same.
I don't think so. I don't know. I know Taco Bell and Long John Silver's is the same, and KFC. They're
It's
kind of
Hardee's and
together.
Carl's Jr. Oh, yeah, thank you. That's why I can get a Baconator. It's called a Monster something no, that's one I wanted to bring up. I can get the Baconator at Carl's Jr. Just have a different name. I tried it in Denmark. I got almost ill eating it. It was so fatty. I like the one I got in the States, but back here, not good.
I don't have Hardee's or Carl's Jr. by me. And somebody asked where I'm from. Pennsylvania. I'm in Philly area. Yeah, I've never been to either of those.
So
Checkers.
Pizza bar. Like Checkers and Rally.
Wawa. I see Colleen's talking about Wawa. That's my area. That's our Buc-ee's.
Oh, yeah, big gas station. We when I was in Illinois back then, a really small town, like 5,000 people or something like that. And back then, we didn't even have a McDonald's in my town. We did have both a McDonald's and a Burger King, but Burger King closed within 4 months. They couldn't make a business in my town. So, but we still have our McDonald's. But they had like this little strip mall where right off the interstate, I was just, a Dairy Queen, never heard about that. A Wendy's, never heard about that. and this guy who was the host of my sisters were like driving home from his work 45 minutes to pick me up and drive me to one of those restaurants. And I could see that, and I was like, I can walk. I'm not disabled. My mental problems doesn't interfere with my legs. No. And he wanted to take me to all of the, let's go have a Wiener Schnitzel. I can have Wiener Schnitzels at home. I can't have a Baconator. So take me to Hardee's. That was, but that's the funny thing when people are like, should we go on and I want Zaxby's, I want Chick-fil-A, I want all the good stuff.
We don't have Zaxby's either.
That's good. I like a chicken,
I mean,
like
maybe
a crispy
we do.
chicken and stuff like that, burger. But we don't really we have KFC, but it's really bad. So we don't have that big poultry chains in Denmark. But I went to Chick-fil-A with the expert, and that was okay. And then the
I don't
White
like
Rabbit took me to
Chick-fil-A.
Zaxby. Oh, it was good.
Yeah, we have Raising Cane's. That's good.
I was in Geneseo, not that far from the border to Iowa.
We have Popeyes too, which I like. Sometimes I like it.
Zaxby's is similar to Raising Cane's.
That makes sense. They like batter the chicken like right in front of you and then fry it. It's delicious.
Mm. We had Wiener Schnitzel when I was in college. Every year at my my veterans club, when we have our yearly meeting of, oh, we've lost this many members, gained this many members, and this is the economy, we'll always have a Wiener Schnitzel after. It's a great one. I like Wiener Schnitzel. With
I don't like schnitzel.
it's good.
It's kind of bland.
No, you just need to bread it right. That's where all the flavor is.
I don't know.
Dips and draps. Try some good food. Ew. We have fast food crap. I do love your channel though. Well,
Well, I think this is why I don't have like I don't notice like when new places come in because I don't really eat food out. I cook like almost every night, so I don't know.
no, and again, we'll see it if it comes, but I don't. If I'm out driving, yeah, I'll have like McDonald's or Carl's Jr. I'll mostly always buy at Carl's Jr. because I get a veterans discount. So I'll give a lot of people don't use Carl's Jr. but because they give veterans discounts, I'll do that. But I think they make good burgers, but no, I don't eat that much. Normally, if I'm getting something, we call them grill bars, and we have one right over here, and that's where you get your French fries and your hot dogs and stuff like that. And that's what we call a sausage mix. It's French fries and then 2 cut up hot dog wieners that's thrown into the deep fryer, and you get them mixed together. Onions on top. Some people would have curry ketchup on. I don't like that, so I had some French fry sauce on top of it. Oh.
Kind of sounds like a hash almost. Like pretty much anything cooked with potatoes like that chopped up is like called a hash here.
Yeah, but this is just, I don't know when it started, but it's just, you have what was normally a side of fries, and then they just chopped up 2 sausages and deep fried those as well.
Do you get loaded fries at Wendy's now? Do they have like the
We don't
ones
have Wendy's.
like, oh, right. They have toppings now on all of their fries, like garlic fries and chili fries. It's really good. I don't eat pork, number one, and I don't like schnitzel, so no.
You'll get some good food in Nashville. I'm not going to Nashville. I'm going to Knoxville. So, never had McDonald's. McDonald's, after they changed their menu like 2 years back, I don't think it's as good as it used to be.
Yeah, in a pinch, I'll eat it.
Yeah, I'll have a cheeseburger and a cup of coffee if I'm out driving, but it's not. I don't. They made this. Oh, we changed the flavor profile on everything, and I don't like it. Don't dare have Taco Bell and not have immediate access to the bathroom. I've had Taco Bell once in my life, and I had it with the hottest of their hot sauce. I had no problem. I don't know. I think eating the salad at a restaurant is more dangerous for me than eating at Taco Bell.
Oh, yeah. They don't wash things.
The problem could be that they wash it, and I'm not used to the water is chlorinated in Tennessee, I think, so it wouldn't be much of a problem, but that's why, especially when we were younger, when we went to Spain and stuff like that, you couldn't drink the water because it wasn't treated, so we would get Montezuma's revenge if you drank the water down there. That was really hard when you were 5 years old and you just, oh, I want this. Yeah, you can't have that because that's only washed in water, and that water isn't good for you.
Yeah. I'm very spoiled because where I live in my suburb, my whole block is on wells. Like we have our own private wells. They keep asking if we want to go like hook up to the township water. I'm like, why would we do that? I'd rather my Prozac filtered. Thank you.
Yeah.
Without chlorine or fluoride.
Well, we have groundwater and everything here, so it's the only problem is we have a lot of limestone in our water, which is really good for you because it helps with your bone structure and all of that. But everything, all your hardware, and almost every day I take a shower, I have to do the to get the chalk out of the, or the limestone out of the shower
yeah.
head.
I get that too, the build up. But I don't know, we have our water tested like once a year, and we have a UV filter in it as well, just to kill any kind of disgusting like dog poop or whatever floats down. So it's actually really good. You can drink it right out of the tap.
Yeah, bottled water became a thing here like 10 years ago. Before that, no one had bottled water. Bottled water was even if you were out driving, you'd stop at a restroom and just drink off the tap, because we have our tap water is better than our bottled water.
Yeah.
So, because all of it is the way our geology is made during the last ice age, we have a shit ton of groundwater. So and that's pure. It's clean. It's some of the best you can get. So I don't have bottled water in my house. That's not something you have. So back when the vid hit and people panicked and started thinking, oh, the world's going to end, so we better get water and toilet paper, it was just cleaned out. So the only things I could get was like Coke and Fanta and stuff like that. So
during that time, we didn't worry about water because we have it. But the toilet paper, my husband ordered like a case of commercial toilet paper off like some weird, I don't know, it might have been off eBay or something. And that stuff, like you could see through it. Like it was so thin. We had it we still probably have some floating around. Like we could not use it. It like disintegrated in your hand before you even used it.
yeah, that one, oh, we're going to save on the toilet paper, but you need to roll up 25
Yeah,
times
you have to
as
make like a
much.
mitten.
Yeah.
You're sitting there like,
Yeah, cheeseburger with coffee when you're out driving and you just need a little something. It's
yeah,
good.
I don't. Mm.
Brandon is like an hour behind. Or is it because he had a Paul Newman pizza?
I don't know.
Peggy, some questions you never ask. One of them is, why is Brandon saying anything?
Right.
Not that he's not allowed to say anything, but sometimes it's like staring into the eyes of Plevan and thinking, is there activity on the other side? You'll never find out. It's a mirage of an enigma.
Stop looking at your butt.
Are you eating the pizza too hot so you burned your... I hate when I do that on frozen pizza.
Yeah.
I hate it when you burn the top of your mouth on a... And it's always on when you're getting a frozen pizza. You're thinking, no, it's fine now. And,
Yeah, it has hot spots. Like hot pockets are the worst for that. Like the outside will be like still frozen and the inside is like lava.
yeah, the good old apple pie at McDonald's. That's just 1 billion degrees on the inside. And it's always 1 billion degrees.
Mm.
Yeah, we have a full jury and we have alternates. We've had 16 jurors for a couple of hours. So I think everything is peachy in the Karen Reed case. So we should be ready to go on Tuesday. But I could do that. The problem is if I do that, I can't have the other stream running. Then I have to put it on my tablet. I'll just jump off it.
Well, hurry back because I need to go in like 5 minutes. Yes, why is Captain Crunch like chewing on razor blades? I don't understand that one. I tried to give Captain Crunch to my son to let him see, you know, some of the food I liked when I was a kid, and now it's like it's worse now. I swear it's worse. It's awful. Who else is old enough to remember when McDonald's chicken nuggets were actually made of chicken? Yeah, and not just like ground up garbage that they were going to throw out. Yeah, that was good. Did you find the dolls on objection? Okay. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Yeah, they need to get... What? I've never heard of this. I'm sure in other countries they're actually chicken, but America, they don't have regulations on what they can be. They just can't call them chicken if it's not chicken. So if it comes from a chicken, it's still chicken. You just don't want to know what parts it is. The Judge Bev doll. What are we talking about? Somebody tag me in something?
They made an entire line of Barbies with Judge Bev and Nurse Kim and
I don't think I saw it.
no, they're pretty good. Aiden, Higgins.
Oh, the Bev
with
one.
different- Yeah, with different accessories.
I just saw the Bev one. It's pretty good. Well, I have to run because I have to do calls, but I'll
Well,
be
thank
hanging
you
out
for
in between.
stopping by and helping out. Now Jamie is going to court with the Val problem.
Oh, yeah.
Are we expecting a verdict today? If I went by the poll we had earlier, the verdict should be within 30 minutes. Hi, Marissa. Should be in within 30 minutes because people thought it would be between 4 and 6 hours, and we're coming up on in roughly 30 minutes they'll be deliberating for 6 hours. So, but we can watch some Daybell while we wait if they ever start. It should be her brother who is the first one on the stand, but then at least we have something to do while on Verdicta Watch. I'm not going to cover the Daybell case. I'm just so we have something to hang out and talk about. Plevin showed up in Norfolk today with a megaphone. Wonder if it gets taken away from him. No one, hopefully, will. Well, I hope if anyone does anything, it must be the police. No one should interact with Plevin. But thank you, Greg. I love that his version of what happened outside of court that day he showed up is, oh, he was attacked. Ah, shut up. He was standing there. And I love the video footage for his documentary, and he couldn't even get his mic to work. That's amateur hour stuff that I'll do. See you, Ginger. I am so devastated. I will be crying. The court order specifically said no amplifying, but isn't that only within the anti-First Amendment zone? What is Lightning Life asking? Lightning Life. What is Lightning Life needing help with? What did I miss? I can't find it. Someone said something. No, kangaroo meat. Did you find the... I don't know. Maybe he found the help he needed. Yeah, unless he's in the buffer zone, they shouldn't be able to take it away from him. What sounds fun? My interpretive dance move of the Pleven. Yeah.
I think sometimes though when they put on the
That's not at all. She can't. That's that BS she's doing, and that's what Randasa is fighting. Because where does her discretion end? Can she tell you no one supporting Karen Read can be in the township of Canton? What is the limit on a judge's power? I can't remember what channel it was Tom was on yesterday. But he's a lawyer. He's going down there for court Tuesday. And he has a press pass from New York. And he's going to go up to the stairs and see if he gets chucked away like Tom did. Because why isn't the press allowed to be there? The anti-First Amendment zone should just be for protests. Mm.
All right, we're ready for the jury.
The Robert Brooks break.
Okay.
Robert Brooks. I think Del Brooks? Justice
Well,
Served
we're ready
TV,
for those
exactly.
jurors.
Justice
Can I have
Served.
everyone come up to the bench? And
Thank
I
you.
just want to discuss off the record potential scheduling for the second trial.
Second trial. Oh yeah, she asked for a speedy trial, and then she figured out, she had to prepare for two, and then she got mad over that. I saw that in a clip. Oh yeah, if you want the Discord link, it's just exclamation point Discord, and it jumps up. You will be put in a holding pattern on the Discord if you don't have the same username over there. One of the mods will assign you a role so you can see the rest of the Discord. But if you don't have the same username, they might say, "Who are you on the YouTubes?" Just because, especially right now, where I have all these weirdos running around, it's nice just to, because it's not a pay-to-play Discord, but still, it's nice that we don't let in someone who's just in there to spread havoc. Havoc. Hey, Denise Christine. Oh, yeah, Daryl Brooks, yeah. Oh, I just hope that he's not talking as much as Judge Mummy, what was her name? I watched the Vicene trial with her, and she does it, and it's not just because everyone was saying, well, she's trying to preserve everything for an appeal. Judge Darrow was her name. And she did the same in Vicene trial, and I just, nope. I'm out of here. Oh, you're so kind. Aiden won't be there the first. He wasn't chosen as one of the media guys. Yeah, I saw that. But Grant was. But Machado was chosen as one of the alternates. So if she gets in, then Grant gets out, and then another one gets in. And then the poor little baby. And another poor little Rand is born in the ghetto. I don't rant, I just take side roads to get to my goal. Thank you, Denise. Well, I think I was pretty objective in why I didn't like it. I couldn't stand her. Well, she got the nickname Judge Mommy because she was a pretty lady, and then we saw her without. It's kind of like she designed the lighting in her judge chair because you could tell she was a little bit older when you got up close. Oh, thank God. I liked her. No, I didn't like her. I thought she actually made Daryl Brooks go even worse because you scare me when you look at me. Then, if you say that to a bully, he'll do it more. And I hated that. I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't do it, okay, the next time I count to 3, she should have yucked his ass out of there and just told the bailiff, tase him. She shouldn't have played nice. I know they're saying, oh, well, she had to do it for appeal. No, the first time she made the ruling, according to Wisconsin 25, what was the one she always used? 25 dash, I can't remember, it's a couple of years ago. She gave you the explanation the first time. The rest of the time should just say, okay, as previously mentioned, Wisconsin 25-23, you're taken to the other room. Bailiff, take him out. Because she didn't have to tell the same rule every single time, and the appeals would have accepted it. Trader Joe's Bulgogi beef fried rice. Oh, I like fried rice. Between now and Tuesday, I wonder if they'll lose more Can Read jurors.
The
Probably.
jury is present. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you, if I may go get it.
Did I turn audio on? I think I did. And they just turned off OnlyFans in the other case. I don't know if that means anything to anyone. Yeah, because then he will try and bully her constantly. Yeah, I don't think it's the same Trader Joe, but I remember the name Trader Joe. That was always that American products. That was really bad.
All right. Sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in.
Get a regular cup of coffee instead of all that sugar water.
Please spell your name for the record.
ADA.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. All right, you're going to walk around the court reporter here. Have a seat to my left.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Adam Cox.
How old are you, Adam?
I just turned 56.
And what do you currently do for a living or for life?
I'm a pro pickleball player and instructor.
Where are you living now? Just
What?
how old are you, Adam?
I just turned 56.
And what do you currently do for a living or for life?
I'm a pro pickleball player and instructor.
What's a pickleball? What the heck? They have a pro pickleball. Now I have another thing to Google.
Where are you living now? Just what state?
I live in Arizona.
Back in July of 2019, where were you living?
Wichita, Kansas.
Okay. Prior to your
Oh, we call that paddle in Denmark.
pickleball career, did you have a different career?
I did.
What was that?
I was a radio morning show host.
Okay. Is that why you were in Wichita?
Yes.
Did that make you travel a lot?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you about your family first, okay?
Okay.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Southern California.
Okay. Do you have any siblings?
Yes.
How many?
5. Or
And-
4 siblings.
What? It's tennis produced. No, it's in Denmark. It's called paddle, right next to my gym, they have a paddle center. You'll probably call it pickleball, and it's called. I can't even remember what it's called, but the acronym is WAP. So they have a big ace sign saying VAP on those centers around Denmark. It's a chain of pickleball centers. So I laugh every time I see the WAP sign because I remember that Carly B song.
Can you tell us the names of the 5 siblings you had growing up?
Who do I have to? But I don't. Rumble rants don't kick over in the StreamYard, and I don't even have Rumble open right now because I was on another computer earlier. I'll go back and read a Rumble rant. Thank you so much for a Rumble rant. StreamYard really needs to talk to Rumble. Rumble needs. Anyway, Rumpy, $2. Baker and Chad, do you think the jury not getting the medical examiner's report is more likely to result in a hung jury, or will we still get a unanimous verdict? I think we'll get a unanimous verdict, but on the lesser of the two they are hung up on. Sorry, anime, but Rumble and StreamYard doesn't work together. But I should read it anyway. It's funny, when you give a membership, it shows up over here, but Super Chats just doesn't show up. Or Rumble rants.
Stacy, Alex, Lori, and Summer.
For Alex, did people refer to him as Al sometimes?
Yes.
And for Summer, did people call her Sum?
Yes.
Were your sisters Lori and Summer close?
Yes.
I want to ask you about another family member. Back in 2019, Melanie Boudreau.
Google says differently, and I trust Google 100%.
How is she related to your family?
Melanie is my oldest sister, Stacy's daughter, so she's my niece.
And was your sister Lori close with Melanie?
Yes.
Do you see your sister Lori in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She's sitting there wearing black blazer.
Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
In July of 2019, was your sister married?
Yes.
Who was she married to?
Charles Vallow.
And so in July of 2019, was your sister known as Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how long Lori and Charles were married?
I think over 10 years.
Okay. Do you know if your sister, since the passing of Charles, married Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Did your sister Lori, have any children from prior marriages before she and Charles got together?
Yes.
And who were those?
Colby and Tylee.
Okay. And were they from the same marriage?
No.
By July of 2019, was Colby an adult?
Yes.
Do you have a son, Zach?
Yes.
Did your son Zach ever live with Lori and Charles for a bit?
Yes.
Did he move in there after Colby moved out?
Yes.
In July of 2019, was Lori's other daughter, Tylee, still under the age of 18?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Charles helped raise Colby and Tylee?
Yes.
Did you know if Charles had any children from prior marriage?
Yes.
Do you know how many children he had from a prior marriage?
I think 2.
Okay. And do you know if either of those 2 children lived with Lori or Charles?
Visited. I don't know if they ever lived there.
Okay. Did Lori and Charles have any kids together?
JJ?
Was JJ adopted? Okay. So did they adopt him together?
Yes.
Okay. So in 2019, did Lori and Charles have just JJ and Tylee as their kids living with them?
Yes.
Did Lori and Charles always live in?
You can get all the leading questions away when the defendant doesn't know what leading questions are. I saw That was in the Sarah Boone case. No, that wasn't the Sarah Boone case. It was another. It was someone who was pro se, where the judge actually at some point said, "I know that's, but please, no leading questions now." And sorry. Some judges will say it.
And Arizona?
No.
Where else did you know them to live?
Texas and Hawaii.
Okay. We had talked about your brother Alex, or Al. Were you close with your brother Alex?
Somewhat.
Do you know where Alex was living in July of 2019? What state?
Arizona.
And can you describe your brother Alex's relationship with your sister Lori? Were they close?
I mean, I don't know if close is the word I would use growing up, but
Describe
just
for us.
normal brother-sister relationship, I guess.
As they became adults, did they continue to be close, or what do you recall of their relationship?
Over the last, I guess 4 or 5 years.
The last 4 or 5 years between them was what?
They were closer, they were close for like a year and a half, is what I remember.
Before this happened?
Yeah, they became oddly close for a while.
How about the relationship between Charles and Alex? Do you recall what that was like?
Just a normal brother-in-law relationship, I guess.
Did you ever know them to do things just the two of them?
No, I don't have any knowledge of that.
Did your family sort of do a lot of big family events where everyone might be together?
Yes, yeah,
Birthday meals, holidays?
yes.
Adam, did you grow up a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes,
And are you still a member of that?
yes,
At some point, was your brother Alex excommunicated?
yes.
Do you recall when that was?
Is that Mormons?
I think he was excommunicated twice. So
He's an
I'm not sure the
overachiever.
dates or when that happened, but when
Brandon,
he was
how
an
many
adult.
times have you been excommunicated in
In
your church?
2019, was he still excommunicated to your knowledge?
Yes.
What does that mean to be excommunicated?
A recap of this. This is the Lori Daybell. It's just while we're waiting for the other court to come back, because I don't understand why they're not back yet. They have been out for 5 hours today, 1 hour yesterday. Just one question. Can we see the ME report? Nope. And just so I don't sit here and I built all the Legos I wanted to build. So now we're just watching this. So you have some entertainment instead of me trying to do my interpretive dance of Ice Ice Baby. So this is the Lori Daybell case.
It means that you do certain things to where the church, it takes away your membership from the church.
Are you able to go to temple if you're excommunicated?
No.
Is that important?
Going to the church in our faith is important, yes.
Let's talk about your relationship with Charles Vallow. Did you and Charles ever text?
Yes,
Did you and Charles ever talk on the phone?
yes.
When Lori and Charles were married, were you aware that Charles would pay for things for the family, like cell phones?
Yeah, I heard that there's people in our family that they're on his business cell plan.
Or car insurance?
Don't know about car insurance, but
You knew about the cell phones.
yeah.
Did you know what Charles did for a living?
Yes.
What was it?
He sold insurance.
Okay. Did you know what kind of insurance?
No, he explained it one time, but he was doing something with school teachers or helping them with their situation.
Okay. Did you know whether or not Charles traveled a lot for work?
Yes.
Was he traveling to other states?
Yes.
And was that sort of throughout his marriage with Lori?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of whether or not your sister, Lori, worked prior to marrying Charles?
Yes.
Do you know what kind of work she did?
She was a hairstylist.
Okay. After she married Charles, did she continue to work outside the home?
At a hair salon?
Yeah.
No, not that I know of.
Was it your understanding Charles worked so she could take care of the children?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
So you were unaware of her doing any sort of outside work? like she had done prior to being married to him.
Yeah, I don't know any of that.
At some point, did you learn or become aware of the fact that Lori and Charles were having some marital problems?
Yes.
No. I'm not. I didn't take it any way nasty. I was just trying to relate what this was compared to maybe if you came in because the headline said the Tuerk case and you thought that we were going back and watching some of it. So that's what I tried to say. Always ask, even when Grandpa is grumpy. I'll try to answer as many questions as I can, or Sue will yell at me.
Ask yes or no, did you ever talk to Charles about why he and Lori were having marital problems?
Yes.
You yourself personally, were you aware of Lori having any beliefs that were outside of what is accepted by the LDS religion?
Yes.
Objection.
Can you tell us what you were aware of that you knew to be outside the LDS religion?
Lori told me that she was in the process of translating from a mortal human being to an immortal human being, a celestial state.
That's something that the LDS religion supports?
I haven't heard of it and that it's happened here on Earth yet.
Did you ever hear her talking about being married to someone that is relevant in your religion?
Yes, I have heard that.
Did she tell that to you?
I don't know. I can't recall her telling me that, but I remember other people telling me that.
Okay. Was there anything else that you recall her telling you that she believed that seemed outside the LDS religion?
Yes. There was a time where she told me that she had more priesthood authority than the priesthood.
What? Oh, I thought she was just a lady who unalived her husbands and her children. She's also a wackadoodle.
And why, can you explain for us what that means, why that was significant to you?
In our religion, the men hold the priesthood, and she said that she's in a state where she's above that.
Okay.
I didn't quite understand it, but very strange.
Did you confront her about these beliefs?
Confront her? No.
Did you discuss with her about these beliefs?
I just let her say what she wanted to say.
Was there ever a conversation where, when she was telling you these things, where she asked if you thought she was crazy?
Yes.
And how did you respond to that?
I said, I don't know if you're crazy, but what you're telling me is not true. It's not real.
After you said that, what happened?
No, and because we are waiting, they have been out for almost 5 hours today. Jemima suggested we watch this trial, and I just thought it was a weird lady who went pro se. What? She's the Letitia Stauk type.
To your relationship with Lori?
She stopped talking to me.
Yeah. Were you ever aware of Lori believing that people could be dark or possessed by evil spirits?
I later have learned that, yes.
Did you ever try to tell your family about the beliefs that Lori had expressed to you?
Yes.
What was your family's reaction?
One of the reaction was
that we are getting close to 5 hours today and 6 hours in total. No more questions since can we have the ME report?
she's in a delusion. Let her do whatever she's doing and she'll come out of it at some point.
How did this impact your relationship with your family when you're bringing up these concerns about Lori?
They basically cut me off.
So you bringing up your concerns about Lori's beliefs being at odds with the LDS religion sort of terminated your good relationship with your family?
Yes.
At the end of June of 2019, do you recall Charles sending you some emails that were purportedly written by him asking Chad Daybell to come out to Arizona and write a book for him?
Yes.
And did you, without going into it, did you review that email?
Yes.
Did you know Charles, what he had done in his life prior to selling insurance?
Yeah, I know that he played minor league baseball.
And in this email was the person pretending to be Charles.
I think it's a wackadoodle with extra nuts.
Asking about writing a book about his career.
Yes.
Was that something you knew Charles was not interested in?
No, he's not, or wasn't.
After you saw those emails that Charles had forwarded to you, where someone was reaching out to Chad, were they inviting Chad out to Arizona?
Yes.
After reading that and getting that forward and talking with Charles, did you believe that Lori was having an affair with Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Did you and Charles spend time talking about that?
Yes.
Was he kind of, I guess, in a tailspin? I'm not sure the best words to say from learning that.
Yeah, he seemed a little desperate.
Did Charles have some idea on how he thought he might be able to get Lori back into the LDS faith?
Yes.
What did you understand that to be?
Charles just thought that Lori was going overboard and that she was going to the temple like 5 times a week, and that's not normal in our religion, and that she was going a little off the wall. So he figured that if she got her temple recommend taken away from her, that she would come back to normal, who she was before she started in all this things that she was believing.
Now, you told us that you had heard yourself some ideas by Lori that were outside the LDS religion. Did Charles also tell you about other things that she had told him?
Yes.
Okay. And so, did you talk with Charles about something that we'll term an intervention?
Yes.
What did you mean by an intervention?
Intervention means Charles he's kind of desperate because nobody in our family would talk to him. I'm sure that, Lori had told people in our family not to talk to him. So he thought that, having an intervention would be getting in front of her, recording her, giving it to the stake president, or having the stake president hear what she was talking about and hear the crazy things that she was saying.
So the intervention was part of the way to try to get her to come back to the mainstream LDS beliefs.
Yes.
Did Charles ask you to help him with this intervention?
They call it foosball, which means football. No, I couldn't live in Massachusetts. I already had a bit of a drinking problem back in my youth.
Yes, he did.
Did you guys have a specific plan, like on X date at X time, we're going to do this?
No.
Had you talked to Charles about potentially going to Lori's and recording her on your phone?
Yes.
Did you talk to Charles and text him about another idea of having a family dinner and again recording her so that you could play that for the stake president?
Yes.
We're using a term there, stake president. Who is that? What is that in your religion?
Well, in our religion, we have our churches organized to where we have awards, and then like 4 or 5 awards are in a stake, and then there's a president of the stake, and so it's somebody who's in charge of everybody in the stake.
Okay. So someone that's pretty high up in the church.
Yes, yeah.
And so the idea was to bring any of these recordings to show she's saying these things to his attention.
Yes.
And again, the point of that whole was to just try to take away her temple recommend.
Yes.
So on July 9th of 2019, did Charles talk to you about him flying you out so that you can help him with this intervention?
Yes, he did.
And did he offer to purchase your flight
Yes.
to bring you to Arizona?
Yes.
At that time, did your parents live here in Arizona?
Yes, they did.
At that time, was Lori here in Arizona?
Yes, she was.
And you told us your brother Alex was living here as well at that time?
Yes.
Was your sister Summer also living here at that time?
Yes.
And after Charles purchased your tickets, did you reach out to anyone in your family to asked if you could stay with them.
Yes.
Who did you reach out to?
Alex, my brother.
And did he offer to let you stay with him?
Yes, he did.
Were you supposed to fly in on the next day, July 10th?
Yes.
So your understanding was when you flew in on the 10th, you'd reach out to Alex and you'd spend the night there.
Yes.
Did you end up staying with him?
No, I did not.
So when you landed in Phoenix on July 10th of 2019, do you recall what time of the day it was approximately?
Sometime around lunch.
Okay. And did you reach out to Alex?
Yes, I texted him as soon as I landed.
Did you get a text response back?
No, I did not.
Was that unusual?
Yes.
So he's expecting you, right?
Yes.
Did you try calling him?
Yes, I did.
Did he answer your phone?
No, he did not.
Again, was that unusual
Is both the Red Sox and the White Sox in the same city?
to you?
Yes.
Did you think anything was odd at that time?
Yeah, at first I was like, he can't be that busy. He knows I'm coming.
Did Alex ever respond to you on the 10th?
No.
So he ghosted you.
Yes.
What did you think when you didn't hear back from Alex?
I just thought it was very strange and bizarre.
Okay. So you were supposed to be staying at Alex's. When you talked to him on the 9th, did Alex ever text you between?
I'm not going to pick up this case because I have Karen Reed on, but it's just to fill some time. But why didn't Jamie tell me she was cray-cray? Jamie said she was such a lovely woman and she thought she was wrongfully accused.
When you guys talked and when you landed saying, I'm going to go stay at Lori's,
No.
did Alex ever call or text you and tell you, you know, I can't have you stay with me. I know I initially said okay, but not anymore.
No.
So he just ignored you.
Yes.
Where'd you end up staying?
My mom and dad's house.
Okay. On July 10th, did you understand Charles was also flying into Phoenix?
Yes.
Did you see Charles on the 10th?
No, I did not.
Did you see your sister Lori on the 10th?
No, I did not.
So you told us you stayed with your parents. What did you do on the 10th?
They picked me up and we went to lunch. And then we just, I think, hung out at the house.
You said your son Zach lived here at the time?
Yes.
Who was he living with at that time?
I think he was living with my mom and dad.
Okay. So although you didn't talk with Charles on the 10th, did you have an understanding of what he was going to do the morning of the 11th?
Yes.
What was that?
He was going to go pick up JJ, his son. It was his turn to, I guess, have him for a few days or whatever.
Were Charles and JJ really close?
Yes.
So
She's
the
almost
morning
mad at me.
of July 11th, you were not expecting to get together with Charles at 7 in the morning, right?
No.
Did you get a text message from Charles?
Yes, I did.
And did you learn where Alex was?
Yes, I did.
Where did you learn Alex was?
Alex was at Lori's house.
When you learned this, was Charles texting you sort of in real time as he is coming to the house,
Yes.
explaining to you what he's seeing and what's going on?
Yes.
And are you responding back to him?
Yes.
That's interesting because I saw the other day that Reed had used 10 and the prosecution had only used 8, so they must have had a good group of pro Karen Reed or positive Karen Reed people since the prosecution have used more now.
So you're at your mom and dad's house when you start getting these text messages from Charles?
Yes.
When you learned that Alex was at your sister's, what were you thinking?
I just thought something weird is happening because he never answered my text the whole day I was there, never returned a call. And then all of a sudden he said he's at Lori's house. And I didn't even know what to think at that point. I thought something was off.
So immediately you knew something was off.
Yeah.
From the prior day where Alex ghosted you to now he's at your sister's that morning when Charles was going over to pick up JJ.
Yes.
Were you concerned that Alex was at your sister's house?
A little concerning, yes.
Have you seen text messages that you and your brother-in-law Charles had sort of making the flight reservations and leading up to the morning of the 11th?
Yes.
And were those all messages that you two had as you're trying to figure out how to have this intervention?
Yes.
And then ultimately, what you are seeing and saying that morning at 7:30 in the morning?
Yes.
And I've shown defendant
Take that bio
to
break.
10, if I can have my paralegal approach with that. Adam, if you can take a look at those and let me know if you recognize those as text messages that you had with Charles, sort of the 9th, 10th, and 11th, as you are interacting leading up to that morning and including the morning of the 11th.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 210 pursuant to 8031 as present sense impressions.
Yes, Your Honor, we object in lieu of that is a report and not the full extraction.
All right, well, may I see that particular objection wouldn't prohibit admission, it would go toward weight, but give me a second here. All right. I'll admit 210.
And if I may publish it then, Your Honor. And if I could have the album, thank you. Adam, I'm going to start sort of going back to, in Exhibit 210, the conversations that you and Charles were having as you're trying to come up with a way to have this intervention, all right? So you learned that Charles was reaching out. Well, let me ask you this. You had learned from Charles about this fictitious email, correct?
Yes.
Did you learn that Charles had reached out to Lori about it?
One more time?
Did you learn that Charles had reached out to Lori about this email?
Yes.
Did you learn that he had reached out to Chad Daybell's wife about it?
I think I remember that.
These are text messages. Were you also receiving emails from Charles?
Yes.
Does this sort of array of messages start to involve where you and Charles are talking about having you come out to Arizona to help with this intervention?
Yes.
And so do we see on the 9th, you letting him know that you could fly out tomorrow and come home Saturday or Sunday?
Yes.
Do we see, as you continued on, he tells you that he could fly you in on Southwest, and he's telling you he's just right now landing in LA, right?
Yes.
And you knew he traveled a lot for work.
Yes.
When we get to the 9th at 9:11 a.m., did you get a message from Charles about how you were going to get everyone together without Lori knowing that you're going to have this intervention?
Yes.
And is that one of the ideas where you indicated that I'll go see Lori at her house and have a talk with her and keep your phone on record?
Yes.
So that was sort of one idea of a potential way to show the state president that she was having these ideas outside the LDS faith?
Yes.
Does Charles kind of tell you he's not sure that that's really going to work?
Yeah.
He says, I think she'll leave, but it's worth a try.
Yeah.
Did you then suggest also have a family dinner with everyone and then say, always leave my phone on to record what I say and what everyone else says?
Yes.
And then you go on to say that's to have proof for Holmes. Who's Holmes?
President Holmes. He was our stake president, or their stake president.
You were in Wichita, but he was the state president here.
I lived here before, and he was in my ward, so I know him.
So when you're talking about the stake president, Holmes is who it actually is?
Yes.
Okay. On the 9th, does Charles tell you that, got it, but honestly, if you, Zach, Brandon, and me go to him, that should be enough? She will feel like we ambushed her, but something has to be done. She'll be real careful what she says. Had you brought Brandon into this yet? Like, did you have a plan to have him come with you?
No, but Brandon played basketball with us on that night. So me and Zach and Brandon played basketball where President Holmes played basketball at a church. So that was that reference.
Okay. So you thought if we go to the church, Brandon will be there and he can help you?
Yeah,
talk about
say
this.
that, yeah.
Okay. But Brandon's not part of this conversation right here, right?
No.
Then does it kind of go back to Charles asking for your information so he can make your flight reservations?
Yes.
Okay. Then at 1:13 p.m., does Charles let you know that your flights are booked and that he emailed that to you?
Mm-hmm.
And then does he go on to say, I'm really uneasy about how she will respond, not only to you, but to me and Zach and Brandon? Right?
Brandon?
Yes.
In talking with Charles and this intervention, was there a constant concern of how she would respond to trying to take away her temple recommend?
Yes.
Was some of that based upon your understanding of the things she had said to Charles in the past?
That and others. Apparently Lori was flighty. When Charles tried to serve her divorce papers, she disappeared and nobody knew where she was. So in Charles's mind, that she could be flighty and just take off again where nobody would know where she is. So there was some definite reference to that as well.
Okay. Then it goes on to say, I'll pick up JJ and take him to school. So you knew what he was doing that next morning, right?
Yes.
And you said she'll be there, right?
Yes.
Friday the same. So you knew his idea was he was going to be with his son in the mornings, Thursday and Friday?
Yes.
And then you said she'll be highly suspicious about recording. If you can bring a second device and put your phone on the counter or turn it off, it might help. Is that sort of the same idea that he was unsure that she...
I see you more as the guy who mixes the Kool-Aid than who just stands there and says, okay.
would trust you showing up there
Next Monday.
and
Monday
trying to ask her
next.
about those things.
Yes, this was all just it seemed like Charles was just desperate and he wanted to do anything he could this is last ditch effort to try to.
Monday next is a fake holiday. This Monday, they will be back in court to try and seat more jurors.
Shake Lori loose of whatever she was under, some spell that he said. So, that's basically what happened.
Hey,
And then does he
doink.
go on again to talk about that he really thinks the only thing that's going to break her out of this is going to Holmes?
Yeah. Yes.
And that she's hurting too many families and that he's upset his is gone.
Yes.
Does he say that he still loves her?
Yes.
Tomorrow will be off in Canton. Let's just take it so we don't have to sit and talk about it in half an hour in chat. No court tomorrow, no jury selection tomorrow. Monday, they will be back and try and select more jurors. Bev had 16, now she wants more, but there was no more potential jurors today. Monday after that is Patriots Day, so everyone in Boston must go and watch the Mark Wahlberg movie of the same name. That's what I think Patriots Day is in Boston. What do I know? I don't live there. And then they have to go and say hi to your mom for me. That's Patriots Day, because Mark Wahlberg is the patron saint of Boston.
And does he think that she's basically potentially gone forever?
Yes.
And then we see that he corrected slots to Lori, right?
Yes.
Typo?
Yes. Lots of typos.
On July 10th at 3:34, do you get a text from Charles asking if you're in Phoenix?
Yes.
And do you respond, yes, you're going to Summers, and that you'll call him?
Yes.
And then does Charles let you know he's got a meeting, but he'll try to call you before?
We have a verdict. Still nothing in court. I have it running on the other screen, so We have a little bit of motion. Have a little bit of motion. Woo, 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 woo. We have a verdict. I have to put the other one on, and then I have to go and tell everyone on Discord, on Twitter, that we have a verdict. Get shareable link. Paste. Dr. Tuerk, we have a verdict. What do you think, everyone? I'm saying second degree. They will come back and find him guilty in second degree. Yeah, it's live. Sorry, I just have to go on Discord, and so people, if they want to come back and see the verdict. Oh. So, if I'm mathing correct, they have been out for 5.5 hours, 6.5 hours in total. I'm saying second degree. Linda Vasquez says first. JC says manslaughter. Bioviating Brennan says definitely not manslaughter. There should be a verdict. There should be a verdict. First degree, second degree, manslaughter, second. Second. I think they wanted medical examiner report to look at first, but if they disagree, probably second. Second degree, manslaughter first, but proved second, first, second. If this is hung, I'm going to lose it. It's not going to be hung. With so many lesser included, it's not going to be hung. The court TV clock is nothing official. I know a lot of people think, oh, that means something. It doesn't mean anything. It's just that they didn't go in and turn it off. I worked with him. The other docs must be watching and waiting too. Yeah, I saw someone said he had been treated by him. So. Second, man. Second. First, probably second. 21st. Yeah, I had a verdict. Yeah, so it wouldn't be hung. Yeah, that's correct. Well, that's the picture of him in court. Yes, if you get a Discord notification, it's because either me or one of the mods have sent out something, and we try and keep it as light as possible if you're a member of the Discord. So that's why. But they announced the verdict on. It's just 4 minutes ago, so probably take a little while for them to get back in court. Have you shared your thoughts on the woman who called into Turtle Boy's show this week? No, because I didn't listen to it. I know a lot of people thought that because she called in, they should have allowed in evidence about her restraining orders, but that has nothing to do with this court. So, or this trial, so I totally understand why we are not to hear about her prior bad acts. We don't hear about his prior bad acts either because the jury wasn't told that he stole money from Medicaid. Normal procedure happens in almost every trial. Something isn't allowed to be talked about because it's more prejudicial than probative. But I haven't heard. I know it's the ex of an ex, and as I've said, I think I've said it many a time yesterday. I don't think this lady was a saint, but we're here to find out if it was okay what he did, which it wasn't, because he will be found guilty in some form. But if it was a heat of passion or if it was deliberate, that's what we're going to find out now. Yeah, it's again, we could see her as a gold digger. We can see her as conniving, trying to steal his money. But it just doesn't change the fact that he did put his hands around her neck. We are here to figure out, was it premeditated or was it manslaughter? Yeah, hung jury. I don't think hung jury after only 6 hours. I don't think so. We have had no, and we have the words, we have a verdict. If we had had a hung jury, it would be, it wouldn't be a verdict. They would come back, tell the judge we are hung, then they'll be sent back at least once. Then they would be read the Tui, not the Tui Rodriguez. They would be, yeah, the Tui they would be read the Tui Rodriguez, yeah. And after that, they would be released as a hung jury. There wouldn't be a verdict. Yeah, even if she's a crap human, yeah. No, the fan isn't moving, hasn't been moving for hours. But apparently it's only 57 degrees in Massachusetts today, so they probably don't need the fan. No, absolutely not. Her ex is not part of this. Should his stealing money from Medicaid have been let in? No. Should Lally had been allowed to call in ex-boyfriends of Karen Reed to tell if she had a temper? Absolutely not. It happens in every case. There's nothing extraordinary in that. We have audio in court. 44 degrees in Boston. Yeah, yeah. My problem is just the way he unalived her. It takes too long. He had time to wake up. And I think he hung himself, if I'm right, with saying, I forgot that you need oxygen to your brain because I was drunk. I forgot I got married because I was drunk. That's where his testimony didn't work for me. But I don't think we'll swing for first degree. I think I am in the minority here because I think it's second degree. I know most of you think manslaughter, but that's the beauty of this. We are 552 people and we have 552 opinions, and we are allowed to have them. Because we are not a cult. Chant with me. We are not a cult. We are not a cult. We are not a cult. And we will have our secret cult meeting, that's not a cult meeting, at 8 o'clock. Don't tell them. No, because it has nothing to do with this trial either. It's more prejudicial than probative. That's why they will have had motions about it before, and they have waited and said, this is just to make either him or her look specifically bad, and it'll not be justice that we're taking care of. Think you'll deserve first is I can't swing it to first with the case we saw. We are a cult. We are a cult, I'm hearing. Does details matter? Matters a bit. Yeah, another thing that didn't really work for me in his testimony. Cult, not a cult. When did I switch to good logic? You can follow me on my Patreon. No, my locals. There's premeditated in second degree as well. No, that's why I hired Brandon, because Brandon has been in some of the finest cults. He is a professional Kool-Aid mixer. He arsenic to Kool-Aid. He has the exact measurements. So that's why I've hired him to help me when the cult gets a little bit rowdy. It's not that hot in Denmark, I can tell you that. I would be pooping bricks right now. I don't think they proved first. No. Verdict is in. Yes, verdict is in. Please subscribe to my local so I have base income and can ignore you while I insanely grift YouTube. Is that the way to do it? I'm setting up a locals. I have black cherry Kool-Aid and watermelon. I should make some. I never had Kool-Aid. No, I don't think I ever had Kool-Aid.
You may.
Members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict? Yes. May I have the verdict slip, please?
Well, Chad believes manslaughter by 42%, and second degree by 36%.
Madam Foreperson, what say you as to indictment number 2020 CR 0138, charging the defendant Ingolf Tuerk with murder? Is he guilty of any offense charged?
He is.
Guilty of what?
He's guilty of voluntary manslaughter.
May the verdict be affirmed, Your Honor.
It may.
Members of the jury, hearken to your verdict as the court has so recorded it. You on your oath do say that the defendant Ingolf Tuerk is guilty of the lesser included offense of voluntary manslaughter. So say you, Madam Foreperson?
Yes.
So say you all members of the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. May the verdict slip be filed and recorded.
It may be. All right, jurors, you can be seated. On behalf of the Superior Court and the trial court, I want to thank you for your time and sacrifice. Without your participation, our system does not work. So again, thanks.
I think it's max of 20.
Time and sacrifice. It's my practice to come thank you personally in just a couple of minutes in the jury room. You have no obligation.
No, this is a big win for him. Because second degree or first degree, he would never have seen the outside again. I think the maximum on voluntary is 20 years. And if you do the 80 or 75%, then you're down to 17 years, 16 years. And you could probably do parole after half of that. He can have a little bit of life, go out and see his kids outside again.
Stay. You are discharged, but I'll be in just a few minutes if you want to stay. And I want to thank you personally for your service.
Yeah, and remember, he has served 5 already. So at maximum 15 years in prison. Under what law?
I'll pick a date for sentencing. We'll have probation.
Hot mic. Turn the mic off. 3 to 20 years.
Seated. All right, Ms. Beatty?
Could I just have 1 minute to consult with the family?
Yes, of course.
He can't join the Can Read team. He has represented Jen McCabe. If he's still not, I don't know if he's still doing it.
Is tomorrow available?
No, may I please? I would be asking that the court would order a pre-sentence investigation, so I would ask that we defer sentencing for however long it takes for probation to do that.
All right, is there any objection to that?
I don't know that I have a basis to object.
Okay. All right, do you know how long that will take?
Usually a couple of weeks, I think, for probation. I don't know if, yeah, probation's here.
This is actually, yeah, they overcharged. I could have swung for second because I don't think he went to the house planning to do it, but I think he had enough time to step away from the crime before he finished it. But the defense actually asked for manslaughter, voluntary and involuntary, wasn't granted involuntary, so it's a big win for the defense. He has already served 5 years, so potentially he could have time served if he gets the least, but I don't think he would get that.
I'm not sure exactly how long that is.
Margaret?
Yes.
My experience, Your Honor, is here in Dedham, here and in Plymouth and Barnstable, the 3 counties I know, generally about 2 weeks tops, 3 weeks tops.
All right, so let's put it over
Manslaughter.
perhaps the week of May.
3 to 15 years,
5th.
3 to 20 years. With time served, it'll be
To May
minus
7th,
2 to 15.
The Wednesday? But maybe we could do it at noon,
Sure.
carve out a little time.
Just have a minute, please.
Yes. Do you want to check with the family, Ms. Beatty?
No, he admitted he did it.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Yeah, I think he'll be out in 3 to 5 years. Five years. Well, it's 5 years ago, so.
That's not
Yeah.
a great day.
Cara Rentala got 17.
I also don't have my calendar with me.
Got
I'm
17
realizing.
years
So
on
can we
hers, but
pick a
that was
date, but
with
then if we need to
more-
reschedule with the clerk, especially after we
think she
hear
was
from
found guilty
probation
in 2
about
things.
how much time we need. Mr. Reddington,
Yeah, fine.
what
do you
did-
need?
what
Just gonna
other day
pull
that
one
week
out
could
for
you
all
do?
my
Let me
supporters and
ask if,
haters who didn't believe
May
that she
15th
deserved
might
the
work.
defense, which
That's
has
the
2
following
win streaks
Thursday.
going.
I'm
She
told
didn't
by
deserve
probation
it,
we need a month,
Brandon.
so that's
Okay.
May 15th? Or, I'm sorry,
Jeepers.
what date did you?
Whatever
May
day you
15th,
schedule is fine.
Which is a Thursday?
That's why Brandon is the one
Even
mixing
if I'm on trial, I'm sure a judge will allow me to come
the
here for
Kool-Aid.
sentence.
You want to do it at 12 that day, Margaret?
Or,
Yes, Peggy, the verdict has been read. That's manslaughter, as it says down in the bottom. So the lowest it was possible to get, because he couldn't get
Which is a Thursday?
not guilty. Well, he could
Why
technically.
don't we do it at noon?
Can we,
Yeah,
do it at 2
I
only
feel bad
because
for her
I've got like
kids as
10
well.
cases in Fall River Superior, and I'm just going to continue all of those and be here.
Technically,
16th,
yes.
At 2, if you want to do that.
But he'll probably ask
16th is
for
fine.
parole now.
That's Friday.
Yep. I have to be in Dedham anyway, that's perfect.
so May 16th at 2?
Yes.
Mr. Turk, the jury
What is the investigation? It's it's to figure out if there's any circumstances that has to influence the amount of time he's serving and stuff like that. In Denmark, we would call it an 808 investigation, for example, where they'll talk to the what the hell would you be like the prison system. They have some expert that'll talk to you and say, okay, could you perhaps have a suspended sentence, or should you have like a community service, and they'll talk to you about how have your upbringing been, and then you'll look at does they have priors and all of this stuff. So it's just so the judge will get a package with everything in it so they know how to rule when they're sentencing.
Having returned a lesser included verdict of voluntary manslaughter, you remain held on a minimus without bail. Your matter is continued to May 16th at 2 p.m. for sentencing. Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you.
I mean, he's not getting. Why doesn't he ask for? Yeah. Why doesn't he ask for renewal of his bail while they're waiting for the sentencing? Yeah, they will talk about all of this. Was he just unlucky? It's all of these things where you'll figure out what's his degrees, what's his work history, all of this, so you can kind of see what should the sentencing be. I don't think they already have them shocked in their program because the case hasn't started yet.
Oh, okay.
He can go back to Germany. He's 63 years. He was 58 while this happened. Yeah, so let's say he gets 10 years. He's 73. He can have another 10 years with his kids. He has a prior record because he misappropriated Medicaid funds and took a plea deal. Nothing. They took him to prison. He was found guilty in voluntary manslaughter. He wasn't on bail, right? No, but he can ask for. They did that in. What's the other case where he also was found guilty of manslaughter and he was released on bond? Did he have bond before that? Am I wrong? Am I drunk again? Brandon, did you mix Kool-Aid for me? Maybe he was on bond. Why was he crying? Because he didn't go to prison for life. Well, you have to work on your walk, your talk, your swagger. May 16th would also be kind of late for Jen. Yeah, she was late because I was in Tennessee when she was testifying. So she was like week 5 or 6 the last time. MG doesn't have much more swagger. No, I was convinced he was good. But hey, you are the smartest chat on the internet because you foresaw this. Well, a majority of you saw it, and because it's a democracy, the majority rules. So we all agreed it would be manslaughter. He's kind of a flight risk. He has no money. They probably can just withhold his passport. Then he has the possibility to go to Germany, but without money and passport, is he that much of a flight risk? Yeah, potentially. This was the Richard doctor. Sweet woman, my pleasure. Yeah. Oh, Legendary is having a bad day. He's got nothing in Germany. Didn't he have a marriage in Germany before he went to the States? I think he had a marriage in Germany first, but I'm not 100% sure. But did he have kids, or did he only have kids in the US? I don't think that was ever clarified, if he had kids in Germany. Am I just thinking of thinking? I just know I know he had did he had 1 or 2 kids in America? So I don't know. With no money, I can't see he's the big flight risk. Someone isn't doing well. You just got in, you just missed it. We had a conviction. He was found guilty in voluntary manslaughter, so what his defense asked for. And I think that's, given the circumstances, that's a good verdict for him. See you later, Helen from Holland. Yeah, but again, he did take a life. It's so easy to say, but action speaks louder than words. Except if you have a bullhorn, and then your words can speak louder than your actions. He had 14%, right? Didn't I just pull it up? It's so far back, so I can't find it. I think he had 14%. MG has 0% swayshare. Oh. Whoops. That's, yeah. No, there was a verdict. The verdict was he was found guilty of voluntary manslaughter. They will be returning to court on the 16th of May, where he will then be sentenced. Somewhere between 3 and 20 years in prison, which will then be reduced because he has already served 5 years. So potentially he could walk free, or he could get 15 years in prison, or anything in between that. I would think he'll probably get like 10 years, so he can be out in 5. Potentially, no, I don't think he'll walk free, because the judge will also look at it and say, you did try and hide the body. You did do this. Now it's out of the hands of the juries, and now it's back in the hands of a judge, and he will most likely 10, 15 years, I would think, is most likely where we're going. Well, at least the MG has no swayshare, but he is nowhere near Jamie level. What is swayshare? Well, swayshare is, it's hard to explain, so let's ask an expert.
Okay. Do you remember any description as far as the size of these men?
Yeah, I remember the size of them. I know, I could tell by their swayshare who that one was, by meeting him different times up there at Paula's. I knew swayshare is, get that word right, swayshare?
Okay. I don't know what that word means, so I'm sorry.
Oh, his style, his walk, his talk.
Okay.
His style, his walk, his talk. So it's kind of a swagger, but just cooler, is swayshare. Roger. You are desperate now to get a higher score. Look at this. It's like Valhalla trying to win Mod of the Year. He keeps going until it turns around. No, it's not swagger. It's more than swagger. It's swagger. It's we're talking about a man who went to Florida in the 80s, started cutting grass at golf courses, spent his free time drinking Bud Lights and smoking rock, and is still holding a job down. And some people say that drug addicts are lazy people. Roger, with all his swagger, is not. Yeah. Jemima is, she's up there. Yeah, 90, just stick with that. Never ask again. And funny enough, I didn't find him that good. I wasn't impressed by him. I liked Rosemary Scarapizza way more as a defense lawyer than I liked him. But hey, can't argue with success. That's why Tom Brady is the GOAT. Even though he lost twice to Eli Manning. Well, some guys have less swagger. Someone with swagger just cuts the grass on the course. Someone with swagger takes the clippings home and smokes them. He never touched the devil's lettuce. No, she don't. She has a great team. She doesn't need another lawyer, especially this. I don't think he would do good in the Karen Reed case with so many, because I didn't think he was really good at details, and you need details in the Karen Reed case. I think she has a way better team than if she had him on it. Well, thank you. Both of them, well, not the hair, but the shirt is again today provided by FD Food Fairy. Thank you, FD Food Fairy. No, I said Eli Manning. Yeah, that's because Eli Manning is the GOAT. He might not have won 6 rings, but he beat the guy who won 6 rings, 8 rings, 25 rings, however many rings he did. She was wonderful. I loved how angry she was. It is like Patrick Swayze level of swagger. Probably the best description so far. Yeah, I don't think he's detail-oriented enough. He's a good lawyer, but I don't think he, and that's why I really love the team they have now. They have kind of the swagger in Alan Jackson, but they also have that guy who knows where every dot and every I is in every report in Alessi. And I think that's way more important than some guy who has a good track record. Maybe he could jangle some keys in front of Auntie Bev and she would say, oh. But I don't think he would be a success on that team. And I don't think he would be good in that case. That's like saying Jesus didn't walk on water. He was just lucky that there was those sticks that you tie your boat to just beneath the water. I won't hear that anti-Eli Manning's talk on this channel. What is this?
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.
No, because we don't know what's in the pre-trial investigation and all of that. I'm going to let you all go. Tomorrow, I don't have any plans. Saturday, I will be setting up my 15,000 subscribers giveaway stream where I will be giving away 2 of my new Canton Triangle free Karen Reed mugs. So you're ready for when the trial starts, potentially Tuesday. There will be some t-shirt giveaways as well, and a box of chocolates and a book will also be on the program. That'll be Saturday. I'll have to talk to Jamie when she'll allow me to stream. As you know, she is the planner on the show. So that'll happen some days Saturday, probably afternoon. If you want to participate, all you have to do, like always, is just be a subscriber to the channel. It's not a membership-only thing, because I am the worst channel on the YouTubes to be a member of. The only thing I give my members are the Sue Bird. That's a good emoji, but and sometimes I'll release videos earlier for members only. But other than that, I am the worst YouTuber on the planet because I don't do enough for my sweet, sweet supportive members. Even Brandon, who is very supportive, doesn't get membership chats. That's Jamie. Tom Gillis. I hope you are feeling better soon so you can get out there and enjoy the spring on the golf course. Bridget, my pleasure. Yeah, Karen needs a new judge more than she needs a new attorney. What's for dinner, Baker? Dinner for Baker is over. It's 9 o'clock my time. I had sourdough pizza. It was good. Thank you, Carla FKR, for gifting a membership to Denise Christine. Very much appreciated. And I'll see if I can figure out if I'm going to do something tomorrow or not. Maybe I'll take a day off, work on my cold, because that has been working on me the entire week. But thank you all so much for swinging by. Thank you for all of the Melanie Little's cupcakes who came over because she had to travel today. It's always nice when you stop by. And hopefully we'll see you again if she takes another break, because she's a busy woman. And I'm more than happy to house her homeless little cupcakes for a day or two till she gets back home. And you'll keep in the theme with all the muffin tops and cream pies who hangs out over here. Go out there and have a wonderful day. Next case coming up will be Karen Reed. So I won't be jumping on Daybell or anything for 1-2 days. I will probably do something else instead. Remember Saturday giveaway stream. If you want to be notified, join the twit, join the Discord. Just put !Discord, and there's a link to the Discord in chat where we hang out. And if you want to hear people yell at me a lot, join the Discord live chat if Sue is in there. Other than that, thank you all so much. It's been an amazing week for my channel. I hit 15,000 subscribers. Never thought that I would get anywhere near that. I got a whole new group of people who hates me. And I got to talk to one of the stupidest people I've ever met. Wonderful, wonderful week. Go out there and have a wonderful evening.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
Your Honor. So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All
right, I'm in love.
Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there-
Everybody has.